Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're gonna be starting shortly. Just waiting on Nell and Schlumpsk to get in. There we are. Gotta say, I'm stoked. I feel like it's been a little bit. Since we've had a tournament that's like truly stacked. But this one, you know, we got Kreuz, Morfin, Raito, Tornado, Aimbot, Ember, Fish, Master XD. Now we got everyone. And even better, like, it's a big tournament, but so much of that is in the amateur bracket. So, like, we really just have a stacked main bracket. Like, this is going to go pretty quickly. I'm hyped. Alright, do we have a stage? We do. Playing on Death of Zenith. Oh my goodness, and what am I doing? Hold on. Don't worry, everyone, your gamble is ready. Nell or Schlump. 3 wrecking balls! Oh my. I'm pretty excited to see this one, because I feel like Nell, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since we've seen Nell. And I mean, you know, when she was active, Nell was an absolute beast. But I feel like Schlumpsk is one of those players who can kind of, you know, really punch above his weight class. He has set wins on Kreuz. He has set wins on Raito. I mean at least ranked sets. I don't know about tournament, but he's a really good player. A lot better than I think his tournament results showcase. Okay, Nell going with another cannon bait. I mean, I'm a fan. I love cannon baits. Alright, things heating up very quickly. That spike ball already adding a huge amount of difficulty. I feel like going for the cannon bait has to be the better option here, though. Just go for the cannon bait, go for the precision after. Yeah, Schlumpsk has the right idea, not quite gonna get there. Nell still trying to just go for it raw. I mean, it's a big risk, though. Like, already down 2 lives. Schlumpsk onto his last. Like, this very well could be a scoring round. Nell still stubborn, going for it directly. Schlumpsk not gonna get there. Nell almost, but not quite. I almost wonder if Nell is practicing ahead of time. Because, like, you could very easily turn this from a cannon bait to cannon precision. But I don't know. I feel like you gotta go for the point there. Okay, Nell just getting rid of it altogether. More cannons, let's see it. I think we need 4 cannon baits. And Schlumpsk agrees. Both of them agree. Oh my. Or no, now with the cannon precision towards the end. Okay, just enough time to get through there. Now, I will say, there is a lot of danger in setting up a cannon bait like this, where the timing on its own is so tight. Because usually for me, one of the things about cannon baits that makes them so strong in tournament is the adaptability. There's just so much you can do with them. Once you have a cannon bait set down, there are so many different ways that you can change the setup to be good for you. But if it's so tight to begin with, there isn't really too much you can add on top of that. I mean, that could be Schlumpsk's goal. Getting through pretty cleanly. Struggling with that cannon towards the end, though. It definitely is a tricky one. Okay, Schlumpsk all out of lives. This could be a scoring round. That being said, very difficult cannon precision coming through. Nell gonna get there. Nicely done. Just realized we have no scoreboard. Now we do. Okay, so Schlumpsk, I mean, nerfing the cannon precision towards the end, definitely the play, but he needs to find something. Because I feel like so far there hasn't been a setup that favors him over Nell. I haven't seen anything. What's the play here? Just narrowly that cannon gets you. Okay, now losing a lot of lives. This could be a real opportunity. Schlumpsk also down to 2. Okay, both of them making it through. I think the big thing here, wait a minute. Schlumpsk. I think he was holding... Wait, is that just janky? Hold on. Alright, all of a sudden, I mean, even though Schlumpsk has lost all of his lives, I think this is his ticket back into the game. Because, for me, the first person who figures out this cannon, assuming it can be figured out, I mean, it's hard to... Oh, there is a way. I don't know if either of them are seeing it, though. I'm fairly certain with this cannon, you can't just jump into it. You need to use backwards wall jump. So if you quick jump to the left off of that flower, you get the inertial area the aerial inertia modifier. We'll see, though. Not sure if either player wants to deal with it. I mean, if you're in Schlumpsk's position here, you almost have to bomb the cannon. Nell with a dynamite. Nell, you opted to use it first. I think that was a little bit short-sighted because Nell was pretty dominant when it came to the cannon precision from before. Nell was cooking. I mean, we already do have some cannon precision here, but... Oh my goodness, what is this? Schlumpsk again, he's getting the cannon precision, he just can't get the NST afterwards. All these cannons. I think it adds insult to injury. You know, the second you miss one time, you're just soft locked for the next 5 seconds. Why is Nell not triggering cannon sounds? Am I crazy? I guess we're just in silent mode. Okay, time is ticking. Nell continuously getting the precision through the cannon and the wire, but just not going for the NSD afterwards. I think this is one of those setups where you need to be willing to take the risk. It feels safe going for the late timing on the turnaround, but if it's just going to send you right back to square one, it's not worth it. That being said, Nell making it through, 7 seconds left. Nell quite the speedrunner. It is a possibility. I'm not going to count anything out, but not going to get there. Okay, looking at how much map there was left, maybe I should have been counting things out. Maybe that one wasn't a possibility. Okay, double black hole coming in. This could change things completely. Oh, that black hole is devious now. I almost feel like placing that down would be a player's challenge from Schlumpsk. And can I just say, Schlumpsk, help me out and change your name. You know, I feel like every time I'm commentating your sets, it's just tongue twister after tongue twister. Say Schlumpsk 5 times fast. You can't. Okay, wait a minute. Nell making it through first time. The adaptation from the last round coming in. Nell makes it through. Schlumpsk, not far behind though, also gets through the cannon. After a full round of struggling, both players gonna make it through. I think the difficulty in the end has been gutted. That being said, Schlumpsk seems to be struggling with this black hole. Maybe he doesn't see the method. He gets there, not quite. I think he's trying to go for a super jump. Like a black hole boosted super jump. Not gonna get there, Schlumpsk. Everyone take notes. This is why it is so important to watch your opponent. If they're at a setup that you haven't done yet, always put on the all players cam. You need to be paying close attention. Okay, Schlumpsk, a second chance, could be back in this, but this black hole still proving to be an issue. Okay, I think he has it figured out. Doesn't quite have the spacing, but he's got the right idea. Makes it. Only thing standing between him and making. I mean, this 3-block jump. I think a lot of players, a lot of players until you reach the very top level of the game struggle with, you know, the mid jump heights. 3 blocks are probably, I would argue, the hardest jump height to consistently hit. Ooh, okay. Okay, I really like that. I really like that fire hydrant build from Nell. Take one of Schlumpsk's weaknesses. Just keep hammering it home. Okay, and the wires, another great build. Nell, so far this game has really been paying attention, not to like what she specifically is good at, but more towards Schlumpsk's weaknesses. She's kind of just, you know, setting just general things up that could go either way, that feel generally good for her. But as soon as she sees something that Schlumpsk is struggling with, she just builds more and more in that same spot. And, you know, ice gonna get her. And just look at the consistency. Look at the consistency on getting through that cannon now. Not quite. I would love to know why there's no cannon noise for player 2. Really unfortunate death. I mean, still an opportunity. Nell could bring it home right now, put the nail in the coffin. Not gonna get there. I mean, even so, 3 rounds left now. Nell up 2-0. This is gonna be hard. It's a thing of beauty. I was just thinking to myself, this map has a disgusting lack of cannons. I think we need more, and Nell and Schlumps, like, they deliver. What else can you say? 5 cannons? I mean, me personally, I would want more, but 5, like, will do. I can accept that. Is Nell just trapped in purgatory? Okay. Now Schlumps, he's in limbo. I mean, this is his last life, so like, I guess stay alive for as long as you can. We might be here for a bit. Oh! He escaped. Maybe not the way he wanted to, but he escaped. Alright, 2 turns left. Let's see, can we get some more cannons? Oh. Someone needs to rebalance the rule set. I just feel like we're not getting enough cannons. I really feel like it's just, there's a huge lack of them. Oh, disgusting. Okay, Nell forcing the half block. I think just trying to bring this one home. This is, you know, this is the final round for all intents and purposes. If Schlumps can't score here, that's it. And once again, he is in limbo. Oh, wait a minute! He found the method. It's actually possible to escape, okay? It looks like Nell wants to play the rest of the game, but is just too distracted by what Schlumska's doing over there. Schlumska makes it through. Hold on. Not going to get there with the black hole. 2 lives left. Back to the cannon mines we go. Okay, but Nell not getting the half block. There is a real opportunity here. Okay, all eyes on Schlumps and his little circus act here. Makes it through. Good bailout on the black hole. Unfortunate death to the wire. Back to the cannons. Schlumps, I think you gotta try out for Cirque du Soleil at this point, man. Okay. Just as the timer comes up, just as it looks like we're going to be running out, Schlumsk, 10 seconds left, just barely enough, not going to get there, and Nell going to take it home. All right, let's see, what are we looking at for the next set here? Has aimbot versus KX started? They have not. Okay, perfect. Our next set coming up right now. Aimbot XD against KX. Hold on. We might be streaming something else. Let me check. I mean, we could stream Master XD versus Nell. We could do Raito versus John as well. I feel like there's a lot of sets. Dude, I'm just looking at the bracket now. This tournament is stacked. How often are you going to see a tournament where Fish is the 7th seed? That feels crazy to say. All right, we are looking at Morfin versus Black Sky instead. Alright, what stage? Still waiting on stage bans. Alright, prediction is live. Morfin versus Black Sky. Who you got? I mean, admittedly, pretty hard to bet against Morfin. Doesn't matter who you're up against, but I don't know, I feel like there is a possibility. Black Sky's been on the grind. I feel like this is like the perfect example of old versus new, because Black Sky is like one of the newest players who's been breaking out towards that top level. I mean, if I need to, you know, if you need to point to any grinder in the community, Black Sky is there. How many ranked sets did he play? I think he lost something like 300 ranked sets and only won like 50 of them or something like that. But now, I mean, you know, this season he's been doing so much better. He's there. Okay, Morfin immediately taking the girder. I think he's gonna go for some sort of space control here. Okay, Black Sky didn't get to place his wire. But that wire in the very bottom, I mean, I think he recognizes that the name of the game, if you're playing against a better player, it's all about the volatility. You need to set up something hard enough that they can just die 4 times. And again, going for it. Morfin this time not going to try and counter build. No problem getting through. Again, one block not going to do anything, except, I mean, Black Sky down a life, still 3 to go, but having something like that at the end of the map is very risky. This is something that you really need to consider. If you're playing against a top level, and I mean especially a player like Morfin, okay, Black Sky getting through, it can be really risky to place things towards the end of the map. Because if you are relying more on adapting and learning setups as you go, anything towards the end of the map, you're just not going to be able to get efficient practice on. So for a guy like Morfin who doesn't really need the practice ever, placing something difficult towards the end is a real risk. And I mean, admittedly, this is just a 1 frame. You know, I guess this is maybe a 2 frame, but it's just a 1 block jump. There's nothing crazy about that, but even so, just putting most of the difficulty towards the end, it is a risk. Also, okay, someone explain this to me. Please, someone explain this to me. I haven't gotten the nuke bug in months. Why does it come back as soon as I'm hosting a tournament? I don't understand. I don't get it. Alright, now how is this gonna work? How is this gonna work? Hold on. Black Sky making it through off of... Okay, this is the problem with Thwomps, because Black Sky only made it through there because Morfin had already baited the Thwomp by dying. Yeah, Morfin not a fan. I think this is just a trigger gate situation then. Yeah, we're honestly, we're just gonna be waiting until the end of the round. Both players are gonna die here. Nobody wants to go first. Wow, okay, wait, Black Sky going first? Morfin, okay, actual respect, because Morfin saw that Black Sky, you know, even though Black Sky baited it, he waited for the Thwomp to go back down so he could do it the honorable way. Okay, this setup is cool though. Like, you have to bait the Thwomp, jump back while still avoiding the Wrecking Ball. Morfin makes it there! Unbelievable. And does it with honor. Let me add, does it with honor. Black Sky, one last attempt. He could stay in this game. It's a possibility, but not going to get there. Morfin going up 1-0 early on. Bro. Alright, now, if I'm Morfin, I mean, honestly, if I'm either player, adding difficulty towards the start, I think is so essential right now. Because you just don't want to put yourself in a situation where either player could win from cheesing the Thwomp. Okay, and Black Sky just going to nerf it altogether. Okay, now we have a forced wide corner jump. Morfin gets the jump a little bit too far to the right. Okay, he makes it. He makes it. Top players just make it look so easy, man. Wired corner jumps are not, like, especially a wired corner jump like this where you don't have like a clean spot to NST from. This is not easy. Okay, and Morfin coming in full force. I think this is probably going to be 2-0. It is. It's only been 3 rounds, but already Morfin running away with it. Alright, and something I'm noticing, Morfin is not playing with this set in mind. He's playing with the entire tournament in mind. Like, he could just end the game by keeping the map easier, you know, easy enough for him to score. But if he wants to be ready for everything that's coming up, you know, this is a stacked tournament. We got Morfin, Kreuz, Raito, we got everyone. If he wants to be ready, he needs to stay warm, keep things as difficult as possible. Okay, Black Sky making it through. Have we had a single round where nobody made it to the flag? Dude, what is with this nuke bug? Why? Am I genuinely cursed? Like, the second I decide to stream a tournament, that's when it's time for the nuke bug to return? Dude, I'm just gonna restart the, as soon as this is over, I guess I'm just gonna restart the game, but this is such an annoying bug, dude. Okay, now hold on, the super jump is back. The super jump with precision after, and there's no way, oh, okay. Alright, this just got a lot harder. I feel like this will probably be the first round nobody scores. I'm not one to doubt Morfin, don't get me wrong. But it's getting hard. That setup with the Wrecking Ball is just so tricky now. Oh wait, Morfin finds the safe spot, almost gets there. Alright, I take it back. It was way too early to be doubting Morfin. He's looking good right now. I hope that this is the Morfin we see for the rest of the tournament, because, like, Kreuz and Raito are going to have their work cut out for them. Okay, nicely done, Morfin. Is this going to do it? It is. Takes it 3-0 in just 5 turns. Unbelievable. All right, let's see. What do we have up next? Oh, we have Fish versus Askra. Alright, to the 93% of you who voted on Morfin, I gotta say, probably a good pick. You may have made the right call there. How do UC tournaments choose what maps to play? So basically we have a bot. I made a bot which runs our tournaments. There are 5 stages in the stage list for each tournament. Both players pick 2 maps that they don't want to play on, and then the bot will randomly select one of the remaining maps. So it isn't like banning in most, you know, like fighting game community games. It isn't like a back and forth ban until you're left with just one map. It's just both players pick the 2 maps they want to play on the least, and then maybe there's some overlap there, maybe there isn't, but the bot will randomly select one of the remaining maps. And we're currently... Okay, wait. Let me restart my game. Surely the nuke bug goes away. Surely. Alright, Fish is in. What map are we gonna be on? Alright, straight back to Storm Terrors. I'm down. Alright, I think we're waiting a couple minutes still on Lexi. She should be here any minute though. All right, Lexi, where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, she's coming. Alright, there we go. It's time to get started. Surely we don't get the nuke bug this time. You know, knock on wood. And surely I'm not cursing myself to eternal nuke bug by saying that. Right? Alright, is Fish here though? That's the question. Okay, we can't start. If Fish isn't here, we're just playing top player whack-a-mole. One shows up, the other's gone. Fish is gonna show up, Lexi's gonna have something come up. We're just cursed. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's time! Okay, I'm excited for this. I feel like normally my money would be on Fish. You know, he is the player that he is. He's a very high, top-level player. And Lexi, obviously no slouch, but right now, I feel like she has a really good shot at this. Fish hasn't been as active lately. I mean, who knows if he's been practicing behind the scenes or not, but... Okay, black hole immediately. This build is going to reveal Fish's entire strategy. Does he want to make it hard, fast, or does he want to slow the game down? Does he want to wait for the difficulty to gradually ramp up? I think he's definitely waiting on Lexi's placement, because if she places a perfect L-Saw, he might want to get something started sooner than later. Okay, he's going for a little bit of an in-between approach. Lexi, no problem with the black hole. I love this downward section towards the end. Oh, Fish, really unfortunate death. I mean, 3 lives left. I feel like it's probably going to be fine. Lexi doing a bit of shadow boxing there. Okay. Fish did used to play sheep. What's the play with mortars? I feel like Fish, normally not really a projectile-based player. Like, he doesn't particularly thrive in the chaos, but I think he's trying to play to Lexi's weaknesses here. Oh, okay, that with the black hole could be huge. Oh, wow. Wait, what a beautiful thwomp setup. Wonderful counter build by Lexi. Fish, I think Fish recognized that Lexi had something strong there, and just setting up that one frame wall jump towards the end was big. This is another one of those situations where it's kind of tough though, because you can just bait out the thwomp for your opponent. I think thwomps are one of those items where, like, we just need a competitive netcode fix. We need a way where you don't just, like, set your opponent up and bait it for them. Thankfully, though, I think both Fish and Lexi are going to take the sportsman-like route here. Yeah, Fish going to wait it out. Good for him. I don't think that route's possible, though. I'm fairly certain you have to bait the thwomp for this to be doable. I mean, I think the way, if anything, like, maybe you can go around the black hole from the right side, come back down on the left, and then go through the black hole on the right once the thwomp is activated. But that's, I mean, that's tough. That's tough, yeah. Something needs to change. This setup is too much. Something like that can be good, though. Like, an early, you know, extreme difficult setup like this, that can set you up for things. Oh, Lexi, no. Please, okay. Oh, I see the vision! Wait, okay. I won't spoil it. You'll see it once we get into the game, but I think that's a beautiful, beautiful counter build. We might not get to see it, though. I think Fish might bomb the thwomp immediately. Yeah, he's gonna. That's a shame. That's a shame. I'm saving the map. I'm saving the map. Maybe I can show you later what that thwomp would have looked like, because it actually is beautiful. Neither player getting there. You need to be very careful when you approach that. If you want to get the right height for it. Okay, Fish makes it through. Lexi, not quite, still 2 lives, but this is the point where things start to become scary. That being said, I mean, this cannon precision is tough. You don't have enough space where you can just jump directly through it. You need to go for some sort of quick spin jump for it to be possible. Lexi, bail out to the left, please. Okay, both players, last life. This absolutely is doable for either one of them. This could be a scoring round. This black hole causing a lot of trouble so far. Fish goes a little bit too far to the right, hits the block. Lexi now with a chance. She hasn't gotten it so far, but this could be the one. It is Lexi making it through. All that stands between her and an early lead is this cannon precision. Lexi recognizes that you can just go for the runoff. Still needs to get this. You can see the mistake. Lexi started holding right just a little tiny bit too early, so she got the instant slide off. That's a tough one, but I mean, if you're Fish, I'm sure a sigh of relief coming through. Okay, 2 more black holes. Nothing too crazy coming in. I think probably for the better this map is already quite hard. Okay, wait, I haven't seen that second black hole. It might still be tricky. Okay, Lexi. I feel like so far Fish is kind of getting perception gapped. Like just last round, Lexi sees the runoff, Fish doesn't. Lexi now sees the path through the middle. Fish didn't. Just call it a quick kill, Fish. Okay, Fish coming close. That's tough. Okay, that's really tough because normally if you're doing like a wall jump, like a drop down into an instant half block, almost every single time it's gonna be a 1 frame. This one specifically is a 2 frame, and having that control over your jump height is tough, but Fish gonna get there. Lexi. 2 lives to stay in this game. Gonna get there, 1 opportunity left. Time is ticking, but I don't think it's going to be a huge factor here. Lexi, 1 shot to make it happen. Really been struggling with this so far, though. Yep, not going to make it. It looks to me like Fish has found Lexi's weakness. Okay, Lexi actually counter-building immediately. I think that's a really good sign, because normally Lexi is like a very vibes-based player. I don't think she subscribes to the whole competitive counter-build everything mentality. I think a lot of the time she just wants to play the game, build something cool, see, you know, who can make it through. She's in it to win it right now. Oh wow, beautiful build by Fish. Fish makes it through, not gonna get the precision. That's tough. Okay, he makes it. Going with the low jump height to get by the mortar too, like that is some insane, you know, top level control. It's so hard to not only recognize that you need to do it, but to execute flawlessly in the heat of the moment. Very tricky. Fish and Lexi both struggling. Fish are lives. Lexi does have a chance here. I mean, the setup towards the end has been nerfed, but, you know, the cannon setup at the very end that Fish just buffed, I think that's going to be a problem for Lexi. I love to be proved wrong, but unfortunately this round's not going to be the one that does it. Okay, what is Lexi's play? I think taking the 5 long plank instead of going for the bomb. Okay, wait, I see the vision. She's trying to make something happen in that black hole towards the top. I think she sees so far that her only real advantages have come from, you know, black holes. Finding a way to take advantage of that would be huge. Okay, well, maybe I need to eat my own words here, because Fish, not struggling with that black hole so far. Lexi's been quite good with it. Fish makes it through the precision. Second black hole not going to be an issue all of a sudden. I mean, we still have this cannon set up. This is the big one. Yeah, that's tricky. That's tricky. I mean, do you just go instantly off the half block? Do you try and get control? You only have, you know, about a block and a half worth of space. It's kind of hard to get control there. Wow. Okay, that setup in the top left is beautiful. Lexi. There is just there is a tiny subtlety. You can see it. You can see exactly why Lexi is missing and Fish isn't. Lexi is trying to go for speed as much as she can, and I think as part of that, she's losing a lot of control going around that black hole. But if you go too far around the black hole, then when you jump back towards the left, the pull of the black hole brings you back down, so you're on the lower side of the mortar, so when you jump, you can't get the same height. It is such a tiny, tiny difference. I think it's the kind of thing that only top players would really notice. But like, pay attention. Next time you see Fish going through that black hole setup, watch the way he does his initial jump on the bottom left side of that black hole from a higher position. This is the essence of UCH. You know, it's not just a game about having mechanics. It's a game about learning and understanding and being able to figure out things on the fly. And a lot of the time, you know, if you want to improve, you need to be able to recognize which mistakes you're making. And I think for most people, yeah, and see, Fish, again, he gives himself just a little bit of time to slide up closer to that black hole before he goes to the jump, whereas Lexi just going for the jump from the bottom. It is such a tiny difference, but it's you know, completely changing the game towards Fish's favor. And Lexi, I mean, okay, that was the first sign of adaptation I've seen coming from her. She gave herself a little bit of time to, you know, let the black hole pull her back towards the left, but it wasn't quite enough. Fish really running away with it, but still, this cannon towards the end is gonna be trouble. Okay, this is a tricky spot now, because on the one hand, Lexi is struggling with that black hole. Like, that first black hole, or sorry, the second one, it is Fish's win condition. He has it down, and Lexi's been struggling. But if she bombs that black hole, all of a sudden it's easy to get to the second half of the map, a spot where Fish has practice and Lexi doesn't. Even though he hasn't been making it, that is a real advantage. Oh my goodness, what a setup. Lexi's creativity is actually really impressive. Like, it is so hard to find builds like that. I don't even want to try and explain what it is that she just built. I think it's one of those things you just need to see for yourself, because it's so complicated. It's so interesting. Oh, wow. Fish has just been, so far this game, I haven't really known Fish to be a black hole expert. That's not what I feel he's known for. But he's been showing some, you know, insane understanding and perception when it comes to the angles involved with black holes. Like the way here that he goes for the sprint jump with a slight release in sprint so that he gets a better trajectory. He goes up at a steeper angle so that when he comes back down, he's getting pulled down faster so that he can jump before the wires. Like every single movement that you do in UCH, it's a chain. It's a chain of inputs and trajectories, and if you don't understand every part of that chain, it's gonna be hard. But Fish, really, really impressive stuff. Oh wow, did Lexi just set that back up? Oh wow. I'm pretty sure the way you want to do this is you jump up towards the right side of the black hole. Alright, we're seeing a player's challenge coming through. I feel like kind of a crazy thing to do. You have just 2 rounds left, you're up by 1 point, the map is hard enough. Like, you kind of have the win in the bag. Is it worth going for the player's challenge on that? All right, so here are the rules. If you feel like your opponent is making it excessively difficult to a point where it feels like they're stalling, you can call a player's challenge, where your opponent has 10 attempts or 2 minutes to make it through a setup. All right, let's see it. This, honestly, like, this is just giving Lexi a path back into the game. Maybe Fish doesn't see the other method that you can use here, but... Okay, there's one. Two. 3. 7 attempts left. Okay, wait, getting close. Lexi has the right idea. Going on the right side of the black hole, you just need to get enough height that you can fall down on the left side, then run through and jump. There is a 2-minute timer, but I don't think it's going to come into play here. Lexi, 4 more attempts. She can get this. This could seriously be her path back into the game. Two more. If Lexi doesn't hit it here, that will be the game. Failed player's challenge. If you fail a player's challenge, your opponent scores twice. Alright, this is it, the moment of truth. Lexi, are you still in this set, or is Fish gonna take it to the next round? 1 try left. This is where I couldn't say it better myself, Aspera. Alright, that does it. That does it. I will say, I mean, it worked out in the end, but I feel like that was a risky challenge coming from Fish. I think he had the game in the bag. I don't think Lexi was going to be getting that cannon set up. But, you know, all's well that ends well. Fish moving on to winners round 3. I think next up we're going to be looking at Raito and Ember Emma. We have a bunch of good sets coming up. We have Raito and Ember up next. Kreuz versus Nell currently on hold. And then Morfin versus Fish. We'll see how fast the losers bracket progresses. I think we're going to be able to stream... I think we're going to be able to stream all of those, but... Maybe not, maybe not. Oh, I definitely didn't start a prediction there. Real quick, I'm going to start a poll. No, I won't. I'm not going to leave that up to chat. I'm trying to figure out right now, though. Do we want Morfin versus Fish, or do we want Nell versus Kreuz after this? Because looking at the bracket, I just don't think we're going to have time to stream all 3 of these. I got the apple drip on. Alright, okay, first of all, this map is crazy. Look at the use of floating wires. Pretty cool. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there's some crazy stuff in this map. That thwomp setup inside the waterfall, that's it's kind of ridiculous. Okay, Ember immediately taking the black hole. Kind of risky, honestly, kind of risky against someone like Raito. But, again, someone like Raito, you need to be willing to take risks as well. This is always such an interesting player matchup, though. Because I feel like the way that Ember likes to build is usually really favorable for Raito. But Ember is a great builder. And anytime you see a situation like this where somebody's strengths plays to their opponent too well, like, you kind of have to see them reinvent themselves live. And I think for a great builder like Ember, it's definitely a possibility. And I mean, hey, it's not party mode, but keep in mind, Ember won a Bounty Hunter tournament recently over, you know, Morfin, Raito, Kino. Okay, Raito completely changing up the black hole setup. Good call. Beautiful arrow by Ember. Alright, for those of you who have seen my most recent video, the video about apples, if you remember the strategy that I gave to him and Pierre, the one where, like, you counter build against your opponent using chaotic blocks, and then over the course of the round, it naturally becomes chaos, I got that strategy from Ember. I took the page right out of the Ember playbook. I think her and Selly are the two people who, for me, you know, got the idea into my mind that it's just such a powerful way to play. And Ember doing it right here, I mean, using that arrow not only to change the black hole into something more favorable, but, you know, create a little chaos while we're at it. I guess the only question at that point is, like, do we want to be creating chaos against Raito? It has worked before, it just feels like a pretty rare thing to work out. Raito is just so incredible when it comes to adapting. Okay, but Ember, she's gonna double down. I'm down for it though. I love when somebody says, I know that you're good at this, but I want to show you that I can be even better. I don't care if I'm playing your game, I'm just gonna be better at it than you are. Okay, wait, Raito dying to the black hole. Ember making it through, looking unbelievably clean, might I add. Okay, Raito not going to struggle with that black hole a second time. Oh, wait a minute, Raito! Not the death you want to see. Still 2 lives left. Timer probably a good 30 seconds away from showing up, but it could be a factor here if Raito doesn't speed things up. They're starting to mount. Raito does get through the hardest part of the level. He just needs to not make the same mistake twice. But in a moment like this, you know, this is what makes or breaks a set. Raito not gonna fall victim to it twice. Oh wow, okay. What is gonna come from this spring? Ember still doubling down. I mean, to be fair, with how clean she looked last round, especially compared to Raito, this chaos might be having a real effect. The only problem is, if I'm Ember, I look at the fact that the chaos is working, and maybe the play isn't to double down, but the play is to make it difficult enough somewhere else that you can score off of the advantage that you built up. Because, you know, when you're against a player like Raito, he is known for one thing: adapting. He is the Maharaja of UCH. He can adapt to any and all phenomena. He may be struggling now, but it's only a matter of time until that changes. Raito, dare I say it, has adapted. Okay, still no points. I mean, so far I would say this is looking like Ember's advantage. Good call from Raito. He recognized that on the last round, he didn't have the confidence when he made it to the end of the map to go on the left side of the spring, whereas Ember, without any hesitation, without dropping a beat, went for it. Okay, and Raito, Ember has Raito on the back pedal, or on the back foot. I'm the king of mixed metaphors, but you can tell Raito's playing to counter right now. And a player like Raito, like, he is so dependent on confidence. If you catch Raito when he is at his best, most confident self, he feels unbeatable. But if you can catch him in a moment of weakness when he's looking shaky, all of a sudden the impossible becomes possible. Okay, wonderful bailout from Raito. Okay. First time Ember has shown even a sign of struggling. Her own chaos starting to take a, chip away at her a little bit. Raito makes it through, doesn't get there with the spike ball, goes a little bit too fast for his own good. Even so, both players 2 lives apiece. Ember makes the same mistake. It's difficult. With that black hole, you're incentivized to just go as fast as you can, but now that Ember's placed that spike ball, you need to be a lot more measured in your approach. Wow, okay, what a beautiful cannon. Normally, with a cannon like that, you can just do a cannon bait, you can just easily have the cannon shoot you, you fall back down, run underneath the spike ball. But with the black hole, it's just enough pull to bring you onto the top blocks. You need to do an entire cannon bait setup where you wall jump back, do exactly what Raito's doing now. Incredible. Okay, Ember has a chance. This could be Ember going for a different approach entirely, but it's not going to work. You have to go for the Raito method, and Ember can't get there. Okay, this is a scary position to be in, because so far, Ember has completely been dominant. It feels like it has been her game. But now, when you're in a position where there's one key setup keeping you from scoring, and both players are struggling, that is the nightmare situation against Raito. You're giving him the opportunity to adapt. That being said, Raito might not want to deal with it. Okay, someone needs to... I need to tell Raito. I need to sit Raito down and say, hey man, listen. It is time to stop placing your items or using bombs the second the round starts. You gotta wait until the end. Right there, he just gave Ember the opportunity to counterbuild. If he had waited to bomb that block. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. This is not an easy timing to see. Whenever you place timings that aren't like immediately intuitive, it becomes volatile. Because it's not really about who can figure out the timing first, it's about whoever happens to get the right timing first. And if you happen to get the right timing, all of a sudden you know what that timing looks like going forward. You have a huge advantage. This is one of the reasons why, the Apple strategy works so well. Okay, wait, but Raito almost finds the timing, not quite gonna get there. I think both players are jumping too soon. It's kind of hard. When the cannon's shooting you towards the block and there's a cannon bait, you feel like you have to go fast. But you need to let yourself slide down a little bit. That's the only way you can get the right angle. Then you're jumping away and you spend more time in the air so you can properly accelerate and escape the pull of the black hole. If I'm Raito here, you know, if I get a dynamite, the first thing I'm getting rid of is that black hole, frankly. Oh my. Okay, and Raito seems to have the same idea. At this point of the game, especially when both players have been dying a lot, it just becomes so much less likely that you see a black hole in the first place. So a counter build like that, it might take Ember some time to, you know, get the map back to a state that she feels confident with. Raito makes it through. Ember not going to get there. Still 3 lives. The map is a lot easier than it was before. But the onus is on her. Raito makes it. Not going to find the timing. Okay, Ember gets there. Gonna stay in it for another round, at least. Okay, 2 crossbows. Okay, depending on how these get placed, this could be a really difficult round. Oh, Raito, no way. No way. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, dude. What is that? I almost wonder if Raito's trying to put Ember in a position where she wants to counter. Okay, wait. He's building against himself. Wait a minute. I've played these games before. I've seen this. Okay, now what does the timing look like for this cannon? For those who don't know, this is really, really important information, but mortars and arrows, every 3rd mortar that fires, or every 4th arrow that fires, their cycles will line up exactly. So when you're trying to make a timing like that, you need to be thinking about it in terms of those 4 cycles and finding which one looks best for you. Coming close. I don't know. This is really rough. That timing is gonna take. It's gonna take a lot to get there. This next one. Right? No, he didn't find it. Oh, wait a minute. Raito isn't trying to wait for the cycles to line up. He's trying to wait until they're desynced enough that he can jump over the offset mortar and still have time for cannon bait. Okay, that is some high-level stuff. Running directly through death, maybe a little bit less high-level stuff. Really unfortunate for Raito, but now 2 rounds left. Still tie game. If this comes down to a tiebreaker, I mean, need I remind you, I don't think I've ever seen Raito lose a tiebreaker. I genuinely believe he has won every tiebreaker I have ever watched him play. And, you know, maybe Ember's the difference maker. We've seen her clutch time and time again before, but it's gonna be tough. I think just looking at Raito's builds, I think he's trying to play for the tiebreaker because he's making it harder and harder every single round. Okay, no, this is ridiculous now. This is ridiculous now. Something needs to change. Pretty close. The only problem now is that you have to take into consideration the timing of the arrow on the bottom left, in addition to an already ridiculous cycle through that cannon. I just don't know. I think if anybody's gonna get it, it's looking like Raito. I think his approach is the correct one, but finding that timing is so hard. I almost wonder if you need to find the right timing where the wrecking ball blocks the leftmost arrow. I don't know. I think this is the type of setup that I would defer to, you know, maybe like Morfin. I think if anyone's gonna find this timing, it's him or Raito. Wait a minute, Raito, he had it. Doesn't go for it though. He had the timing. There was enough. He got over the mortar. The second arrow wasn't coming up fast enough. He could have gone to the right there. He finds it, but again. Okay, this is tricky because on the one hand, Raito is advantaged. If this goes to tiebreaker, you know, everything is pointing towards this being good for him. But at the same time, in a tiebreaker, you get one bomb per round. Like, Ember could completely change up the setup. You know, what's keeping Raito's advantage alive if Ember just gets rid of the cannon? Oh, wow, okay. Alright, that's ridiculous. It's not even... If I'm Ember, I players challenge that every single time, by the way. Raito is definitely stalling it out for the tiebreaker here. I think he wants to force the left path, but he just can't find a way to get there. Oh, hold on. Okay, with the mortar gone, all of a sudden this is possible. Are we going to be seeing a last round clutch? And I mean, kind of scary for Raito, because he did remove the mortar, which was the one thing really holding Ember at bay here. I just don't know. I don't know, man. How are you supposed to get past this? Do you genuinely have to wait for the wrecking ball on the right to block the arrow on the left? Because it is possible. I think you get through the gap, get on top of the bottom wrecking ball, and then as the other wrecking ball is coming towards the left, you drop down onto the glue, wait for the wrecking ball to break the arrow, do a glue jump, get through, and pray that the mortar timing works out with it. It is possible. I see the vision, it's just... That is a complicated setup. I mean, come on. There's no way. This doesn't feel like the kind of thing you're ever going to see completed in a tournament match. This is the kind of thing where, you know, maybe... Wait. Ember has the timing. But you need to drop down onto the glue. The only way you can do this is if you drop down at the glue, because then you can, you know, build up momentum as the wrecking ball is overhead. Alright, I mean, we're going to tiebreaker. I don't want to count Ember out yet, but... I mean, this setup is pretty ridiculous. I don't know. Okay, Ember going just straight for the NST. Interesting approach. Very interesting approach. I do have it saved. We're good. Alright. For those of you who, you know, maybe watching your first UCH tournament ever, this is how it works. We're going into a tiebreaker. every single round, both players get one bomb and continuously make the map easier until somebody makes it. This is not about making it when your opponent doesn't tiebreakers. It is simply a game of being the first one to get there. So if we see that top arrow setup bombed, I think we're already there. I think the tiebreaker begins. So from my perspective, I think Raito might bomb the spring he placed to get rid of the mortar. Because otherwise, like, I don't know if he wants to set up a race condition round 1. Okay, hold on. Map absolutely still difficult enough that it is far from a guarantee that either player scores, but it is definitely a possibility. Raito with an early death Ember, taking all the time in the world. We've seen this before. I mean, Ember could be the first to do it. I don't want to say the first to beat Raito in a tiebreaker, because I'm sure he's lost a tiebreaker before. But I've been around for longer than anybody, and I have never seen it happen. Okay, Ember getting through, not going to find the good spacing though. Both of them down onto their last life. The pressure is mounting. Raito makes an unfortunate mistake, and now all of a sudden Ember can catch her breath. Still, this setup is pretty ridiculous. But she has all the time in the world here. Not gonna get there. Okay, what are we gonna see get bumped? I think the spring goes now. I think Raito saw that Ember was advantage. Maybe he wants some time to you know... Wait a minute, does Ember want to get rid of the spring? No. Surely not, right? Okay, I think we have a race. I think we have a race. First to finish, every single life counts. Can't give your opponent any leeway. It's still definitely not a free point, but... Okay, Raito makes it through first. Ember not far behind. It is absolutely a race now. Raito finds the jump onto the thwomp, and he's gonna make it. Raito, time and time again, proves to be the GOAT of tiebreakers. If you are playing against this man, make sure you score in the first 10, because I promise you, you are not gonna score after. Raito moving on. Ember putting up a brilliant fight, but not gonna make it there. Next up, we're going to be looking at Kreuz versus Nell. This is honestly kind of a classic matchup too. I feel like every time I've watched Kreuz versus Nell, I've been a fan. Real quick flash game for the fans at home. Alright, I think we're waiting a second on Nell to get here. Oh my god, we have 340 people watching on YouTube, 90 on Twitch. We are in like the early... We're still in winners round 3, and that's shattering my viewership record. That's crazy. Holy moly. Well, I mean, stick around. I think we have some heaters coming up. Absolute heaters. Raito is going to be playing against the winner of Morfin and Fish. I think no matter which way that goes, that's going to be awesome. Winner of this is going to be playing against Tornado. Although I think we're probably going to stream some losers matches after. Siege competitive has blown up recently. It has. It has. I mean, the game's just... I feel like the game has been a hidden gem for a long time. Like, there was never really a point for me where I felt like UCH couldn't be, you know, 10, 20, 30 times bigger than it was. The game is just fundamentally so good. Alright, Nell's in here. What map are we playing on? Storm Terrors. I like this one. All right, let's see it. All right, these are going to be some interesting builds to watch because I feel like normally, like, okay, perfect example of what I was just about to talk about right there. Normally, Kreuz is the type of player who would be abusing that setup in the end, like right where Nell placed that 2x1 wooden plank. Kreuz is phenomenal at those one-frame jumps from the wall, especially when precision comes out. But I feel like Nell is good at everything that Kreuz likes to build. So, I mean, the question is Kreuz going to change things up? Is he going to look for a new strategy? Or is he going to rely on just the fact that he's been the best player in the world for a while now? You know, does it really matter if Nell is good at all the things that Kreuz is good at, if he can just do it better? And I think that's the question that we're going to hopefully find an answer to soon. Both players, no struggle getting through early, but Kreuz gets a thwomp. Very, very powerful item. Okay, now what's the play here? Kreuz needs to be very careful about how he places the thwomp, because, like, a lot of the time, you are relying on your opponent to not abuse you baiting the thwomp first. I think that's a pretty big issue. We do need to find some sort of fix to that, even if, unfortunately, it might mean banning thwomps. Should there be weekly amateur tournaments? I mean, we basically have weekly amateur tournaments. Almost every tournament that gets hosted also has an amateur bracket. Like today, we've got an amateur bracket for this, and I think it's 3 times the size of the pro bracket. There are a lot of new people getting into the game. Okay, still no struggle. It is interesting. I feel like both of these players really like going for early volatility. Like, they want to make the map as hard as they can, as fast as they can, but right now, neither player seems to be wanting to make the first move, but Kreuz getting the spike ball, that could change everything. If I had to wager, we're probably going to be seeing precision at the very end. I think Nell knows that. Maybe she's fine with it. Maybe she's going to counter build it. We'll see. There are a few things you could do with the spike ball, though. Yeah, okay, wait, I see. Kreuz wants to set up the classic, you know, noob vs pro and ultimate chicken horse. Those who know. Wow, okay, Kreuz just missing his quick jump. Honestly, okay, this is something you kind of see at the top level a lot, where, like, pro players will miss the basic things more often than you'd expect, just because, like, a new player learning how to quick jump, they're not going to learn how to do it perfectly. But if you're doing a frame-perfect quick jump, like Kreuz typically tends to do, you can mess it up and just get a sprint jump. Okay, still no real difficulty in this map. This is taking some time. Competitive maps could use visual polish if we want UCH to shine. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think it has gotten a lot better over the years. If you could see what old school competitive maps look like we have it good. We have it good. Definitely some improvements to the level editor could go a long way. Okay, Kreuz really thinking with the swamp. I don't think he has enough time to think about it though. Okay, wait, I like that. It's always so risky. When you, like, don't have a setup in mind and you place at the very last second, a lot of the time you end up just making something impossible because, you know, you don't have the time to think over your build. Okay, nicely done. Kreuz, no struggle. Nell, not far behind. completely different approach, but completely valid. I gotta say, this is a very shocking match to me. Because, like, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but really, these two players, they thrive off volatility. They play as difficult of a setup as they can all the time. I feel like a vast majority of the sets that I see either Kreuz or Nell play, by the second round, somebody's able to score. We are currently on round 5, and I've yet to see anything, you know, all that difficult get set up. Okay, wait, Nell getting a spring? Are we gonna see some spring precision? I don't know, probably not. Neither player wants to make the first move until they have something that they're absolutely certain will be good for them. Nell might have found it. Is she going to place it, or is she... Doesn't feel confident with it. Oh wow, okay, I like that build from Kreuz. Okay, wait a minute, Nell with a death? I mean, 3 lives left. I don't feel like it's gonna be an issue, but I've seen smaller things determine sets before. Okay, makes it through. Okay, there is a beautiful spike ball you can place at the very end of the map here. As a matter of fact, there are a few. I think this Thwomp is most likely going to become the thing that the set revolves around. Unless maybe we see some spring precision or something difficult coming from like that half block or maybe around the arrows, but... Okay, wait. Nell forces a squeeze. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that setup is pretty absurd. Pretty absurd. I almost wonder, like, surely both players see the cheese with a Thwomp, right? This might be one of those times where Kreuz's perception comes in handy. It all depends on whether or not Nell sees it, because at surface level, it looks like Kreuz set up something absurdly difficult. And maybe Nell believes that. Just watch the way Kreuz isn't going for it right now. He sees the path. He's trying to fool Nell in the chat. He knows that you can just go over on the Thwomp. Kreuz is even going to waste a life here just to prove it. If I had to bet. This is definitely one in Kreutz's playbook. Okay, if there's ever a time, does Nell see it? Okay, Kreuz, he's really selling this. I mean, a beautiful display of meta from Kreuz. Like, a lot of the time, UCH isn't just about mechanics, it's about deception. If you see a better way, and your opponent doesn't, I mean, you're in a huge advantage. And Kreuz is willing to lose a life just to put Nell on the wrong path. If Nell dies one more time, I think Kreuz goes for it. Yep, there it is. This is the play we've been waiting for. 14 seconds on the clock. Nell does have enough time to get there, but she's gonna need to hurry. She's really gonna need to hurry. Hold on. And Kreuz just barely giving himself enough time to make it in the end. Kreuz takes a 1-0 lead. And blocking off his own path. Beautiful play from Kreuz. This is the thing that I love so much about the game. There are just so many ways you can go about winning. You know, it really isn't. It isn't just a game of mechanics. I feel like it's the only competitive platformer where like what you do depends on the actions of your opponent. And Kreuz just proving that so beautifully. Even though he is the mechanical player, I would argue the greatest mechanical player alive. He finds his win not through mechanics, but through trickery. It is absolutely a part of the game, and I mean, I love to see it. Okay, hold on, Kreuz. Losing a lot of lives here. This arrow causing him more trouble than I think he expected. I think maybe he's waiting to see if Nell gets through this, so he knows how much pressure he's in. Okay, Kreuz finally makes it through. All he has left is the setup towards the end, which he already has made it through. That being said, Nell gonna get there, putting the pressure on Kreuz. He can do it, but he cannot afford to make a single mistake. Okay, taking his time, getting the extra time from being the thwomp. Alright, it's looking like Kreuz is gonna make it. I mean, that's a scary moment, but he stays in it. Okay, that could be big. Both players getting a spike ball. I think Kreuz is probably going to try and make the map a lot harder now. Probably spike ball precision right towards the end. I mean, could be anything, but that's my bet. Oh, wow. Okay, wait, honestly, that's even better. That's even better. It's hard, but it's so favorable to him. Good perception, recognizing you don't need to go for the spring, just go for the wall jump. Oh, just barely misses the get. I thought that was a done deal. I thought he had it. Okay, and this arrow setup still causing Kreuz quite a bit of grief. Nell, now with a chance. The setup is a lot harder. She did make it last time, but things have changed. Okay, Nell not gonna get there. Can't position herself for the key out of fast enough. Kreuz, okay. Wait a minute. There's only 2 rounds left after this. I mean, if Nell can't make it here, I think the game is all but sealed for Kreuz. 1 life left. Alright, and I don't want to counter out. I don't want to counter out, but Nell has a mountain to climb. 2 turns. Finding an advantage so strong against Kreuz in a single turn is not unheard of, but definitely not the kind of thing you're going to see. Not the kind of thing you're going to see often. Maybe not even the kind of thing you'll see once a year. That being said, I mean, if Nell can find a way. Historically, Kreuz hasn't been the best in tiebreakers. Nell is a phenomenal speedrunner. So she may have an advantage if she can get there. Okay, but wait, I'm just seeing now that spring precision. It's almost the Chekhov's gun of this match, because from the start we've known that it was a possibility that someone would set it up. Now, all right. crazy desync. Why is Nell going for it? Why is Nell going for the LSOL setup? Kreuz trying to be honorable, I guess, but you can just skip over it entirely. Okay, I will say, maybe on the surface level, it looks like Nell is choosing to do a setup that she doesn't need to. Maybe she's making it harder for no reason, but there's a very real argument that confidence matters. If you take the easy route, mentally, that can take away a lot of confidence. That is a very real thing in UCH. Okay, Kreuz not gonna get that precision. Nell does have 2 lives. It's a possibility. She is phenomenal at spring precision. This doesn't feel like a map that she can't do. It's just gonna be tough. Especially, I mean, it looks like Kreuz is kind of perception gapping here. Going for the wall jump is for sure the better play. You just get a better angle. Okay, moment of truth. Kreuz not gonna get the spring precision. Nell, 1 opportunity remaining, but not gonna get there. Kreuz advancing to winners semifinals. All right, let's see what matches do we have coming up now. I think I want to stream 1 losers. I think 1 losers match, because we have Raito versus Morfin and Kreuz versus Tornado. But the losers bracket is far enough behind that I just don't know. I think probably we try and stream something else if we have it. Oh, perfect. Okay, we have KX versus Fish. I'm down. And I'm just thinking back. I'm just thinking back to that one big play, the one that you know gave Kreuz the game on a silver platter. Just deceiving Nell the way that he did. I think that specific trick, the way that he did it was just so well executed too, because the thing that he placed to try and trick Nell, that wire precision out of the R spike, that is the exact kind of thing that Kreuz would be placing. It just makes it so believable. Like, if there was no way to cheese the map otherwise, that is the exact thing Kreuz would place. 9 times out of 10. Is there a bracket or dot? Yeah, I can send the bracket. Here's the bracket. I'll send it in both chats. Okay, wait, my mic? Yeah, my mic's still good. Alright, while we're waiting for Fish, I'm gonna take a quick second. Alright, prediction is live. Sorry, YouTube chat, I wish there was a way we could do gambling for you. If you want to do gambling, you know, head on over to Twitch. Twitch TV, Bojack UCH. I know me, I'm a big gambling fan. Especially when it comes to UCH. But that's neither here nor there, because now we've got Fish versus KX. Or sorry, if I will, Fish Tuzeszki versus KX. My fault. You have to take Polish classes if you want to be able to pronounce his name. Okay, I'm a little bit confused by that conveyor belt. Because you can't really do anything with that. Like, maybe placing 3 wires on top of the conveyor, but there isn't much. There really isn't much you can do. Oh, okay, whoa. Fish immediately. That's definitely some volatility. I mean, Fish going for, like, more speeds, you can get the jump directly, but KX absolutely has the right idea. Going for the half block is the play. Now Fish down 2 lives. I don't know if the rest of the map is going to be difficult enough for that to matter, but it's a scary spot to be in. I've always been saying, as soon as somebody has lost 2 lives for the first time, the game has started. As soon as you've lost 2 lives, like, you can do that again. If you've made silly mistakes, then who's to say you're not going to make those exact same silly mistakes when the pressure is mounting? Okay, Fish with the Arsaw. What is gonna... Okay, things heating up. Did somebody make it impossible and I didn't see? I see, okay. They both placed at the exact same time, making it impossible. I mean, if you're KX, that's actually a good thing. Because you're effectively just reducing the number of rounds, and that's the same thing as increasing the volatility. If you're playing against a player like Fish, not to say KX is a slouch by any means, but volatility can definitely go a long way to help you out. Okay, 2 spike balls. Okay, immediately we're seeing a spring. Oh, there's so much tech in this game. Why is the name escaping me here? A pinch? What are they called again? Selly, I know you know this. Okay, I do feel like it's probably going to get countered. Maybe KX feels confident with them, but this could be turned into a devastating key out of jump. If you use that arrow with the spring, the fact that the arrow has a smaller hitbox, yeah, KX sees it. Okay, all of a sudden this is a scoring round. Absolutely, this is a scoring round. That Kiata is so difficult. I mean, I guess you could still go for the pinch. We'll see, though. It's a lot harder. I actually don't know if you can. Yeah, you should be able to, right? It's just weird. I don't know how that... Yeah, okay, you can. I wasn't sure if the crossbow would interact with it, but it looks like it doesn't. Okay, so Fish absolutely has an advantage here. KX, I mean, even if he doesn't know the optimal method, he does have 3 attempts. 3 tries to go at it. Okay, gonna make it. Still, scary position to be in. I do almost wonder. Like, Fish did mess up with the... I'm just gonna call it a spring pinch. Fish messed up with the spring pinch the first time around. Like, is there a guarantee that it is the optimal method? Because KX was looking clean with that Kiata. This is definitely a proving ground type of jump. I mean, Fish could put in... Yeah, okay. Fish sees it. KX needs to find something, and he needs to find it now. All of a sudden, Fish's advantage is huge. Is there space to place that 1 block? No, there isn't. I think KX's only play, assuming he doesn't know how to do the spring pinch, I think his only play is to find something that makes the map so difficult that Fish can't leverage his advantage to score. Okay, wait, no, hold on, that works, Does it work with the spike ball right there? If he had taken the 1x1 wooden box, he easily could have just set up a squeeze, but does this work? Okay, it does. I can never tell. I feel like I know so many things, but when it comes to hitboxes and how they interact, I have no idea. Like right there, KX dies because the crossbow is smaller than a normal block, so the spike ball hitbox does get you. What did Fish do differently? Okay, KX gets there this time. Okay, KX staying cool, calm, and collected. Not a lot of strong items in the box right now. I feel like we need a black hole, we need a cannon, we need springs, spike balls. Oh wow, okay. Okay. Two dynamite though, is this something that's just gonna get removed immediately? Like, okay, this is kind of a standoff right now, because if KX probably wants to bomb the R-Spike, but he knows that if he bombs the R-Spike, that crossbow that he placed is gone, and Fish's advantage is back. Immediately, all of a sudden, yep, there it is. KX maybe making a mistake. But it's so tough, because Fish has advantage in two different ways. It doesn't matter, you know, you have to bomb one of them. Okay, and Fish, no problem making it through. KX, can he figure this out on the fly? Not quite. Getting close, though. I think his timing on that was mostly correct. Okay, two more tries. He has the right idea, but he just can't find the exact spacing. That is not the kind of life you want to lose when you're trying to figure out one setup. You only have 2 lives to do it. All of a sudden, this is it. Is Fish gonna score the first point? Is he gonna run away? Close, but no cigar. Fish scoring the first point. Really interesting game. This feels like a battle of building more than anything else, because like Fish has been able to find advantages, but there isn't really enough difficulty in the map where mechanics can win you the game. But he beautifully found real advantage with that R-Spike. Just forced KX into Zugzwang. Okay, Fish really aggressive in his building here, forcing that precision with the spike ball. Nicely done, gets it first try. It's been a game of building up to this point, but now Fish letting his mechanics shine through. KX, I mean, he is a precision specialist. He stays with it, no problem. Oh my gosh, okay, both of them make the exact same mistake. For those at home who maybe don't understand what just happened, crossbows in UCH have a slightly thinner hitbox. So when you line yourself up with the crossbow and then you jump up, instead of getting into that gap, you hit the block. So really good adaptation by Fish. You saw he did a little tiny step towards the right after his alignment to make sure he'd get into the gap. KX not finding that same solution. Okay, wow, both of them failing here. 1 life apiece. I mean, this could be an opportunity for KX, especially now Fish gone. Gets the precision. That is his bread and butter. KX making it through. Honestly, pretty lucky that he made it through just perfectly with the spring as well. But now, I mean, this setup here, this is some tricky precision. Not gonna make it. This is the kind of thing that Variety Bear would be really good at. I feel like if Variety Bear were playing in this, he would absolutely crush it with that kind of precision. Surely spring, yep. Alright, now does KX, is there a way to force spring precision here? Is that what he wants? That's the question. It's always so hard to tell against Fish. Like, obviously his greatest strength as a player is his building. His ability to just predict what people are going to do and counter build against it. I don't think it would be ridiculous at this point to say that Fish could very well be the best builder in the world. But his skill set is so dynamic. It's not just building. I feel like when it comes to mechanics, there are so many things that he's good at, and it can be really hard to predict exactly what that is. Oh wow, okay, wait, these wires are crazy. Good needle. Fish sees the spacing. Okay, KX in a really difficult spot now because Fish made it. KX just 2 lives to keep this game alive. Okay, makes it through. Still needs to get the needle. Arguably the hardest part of the level right now. And he nails it. Okay, KX still absolutely in this. That being said, this spring here adds more difficulty than you might see at first. Because the timing of when you need to press right to get this jump is so different because otherwise the spring hits you, but KX finds it and stays alive. Okay, 3 turns left. He may be alive still, but, you know, the time is ticking. You need to find some sort of advantage soon, or our Fish is still just going to run away with it. Okay, hold on. That cannon by KX was supposed to just be a counter build to make this setup easy, but Fish dying to it. Okay, not gonna make the same mistake twice. Although a little bit too high on the jump, all of a sudden, 2 lives left. Anything can happen. It would be foolish to say that this map is too easy for Fish to die twice. But Fish maybe looking to prove us wrong. Oh, and hold on, I didn't even notice. I guess I'm falling asleep at the wheel, but Fish manages to set up his spring pinch once again. Okay, you know what? Okay, I stand corrected. That spring bounce is absolutely possible. I thought you needed to be a little bit higher on the spring to get the height, but interesting. Well, I don't know. Did he clip the block there? It's so hard for me to tell. Okay, KX is always going too low on this jump. I think he needs to pay closer attention to the exact mistakes he's making. Because, like, this is a setup that's hard to do if you don't already know how to do it. Some might call it a knowledge check, but I think you can intuitively figure this one out. It's just a matter of time, but KX is all out of it. Okay, Dynamite coming through. If I'm KX, bomb the spring. The entire match has revolved around that spring. Bomb it. Find something else, like... Okay, Fish. I think he's looking for a wire now. He wants to set up that volatility towards the end. Okay, but what's the play here? Okay, now hold on. I like the build. Like, fundamentally, I like the build from Fish. It does help him out. But there's a strong argument to be made that at this stage in the game, you don't really want to be building to help yourself out. You don't want to build to score. The number one most important thing, if you want to win this game, you have a lead, 2 rounds left, your goal should be to prevent your opponent from scoring more than anything. And I think that wooden box might just help KX out. Okay, but KX does need to lock in a little bit here. He's really struggling with this first setup. Something that before wasn't really causing him any grief. Now it could be the thing that brings this one home for Fish. Okay, KX making it through. He does have just 1 life left. Fish at the flag. If KX can't get it now, that is game. This needle jump. KX been doing good so far, but it is tricky. Absolutely, KX nails it. Just a couple things standing between him and staying alive. Through the L-saw. And from here, he should be home free, but I've seen worse mistakes happen. KX not gonna let it, though. Final round. Okay, this spike ball could be everything, though. Yeah, Fish sets up the 2-frame. And, okay, one thing that I think makes that build a lot stronger, that spike ball that Fish just placed in the bottom right corner. I think a lot of people will view that as just Fish building to his mechanical skill. That's something that Fish is good at, so obviously he would want to place it. But if you've been paying really close attention so far this match, Fish has been kind of cooking KX in terms of perception. Like, there have just been so many places where Fish has gotten the better of him because he sees the better route and KX can't. So, knowing that that setup is a forced 2-frame jump, that's exactly the kind of thing that's, you know, KX, great player, but it's the kind of thing he might miss out on. And when it's at the very end of the map, you don't have enough time to practice and figure out setups as you go. But KX nerfing it before it's gonna, you know, end up mattering. Fish has not missed the needle jump once, I'm pretty sure. Wow, okay, that black hole is ridiculous. It's absolutely possible. I think Fish's approach might have been a little bit too low, though. You need quite a bit of height off that black hole if you want to fall down through and escape its pull. Very tricky. Okay, it's the commentator's curse. Fish hasn't missed the needle jump once. My fault, man. Now you have. That's on me. That's on me. So KX does have a life advantage here, but the rest of the map has just been so difficult for him so far, and especially with the end of the map now, with that black hole being as hard as it is, he's gonna need a miracle. Okay, and now with the timer up, a life advantage doesn't even matter. KX, you have 1 opportunity to get it. Not gonna go. He's a great speedrunner, but I mean, yeah, it is over. Fish takes it 1-0 over KX. Gonna stay alive in this tournament. I mean, next he's up against Ember. I wish I could stream that set. I really do wish I could stream that set. But I think we have to go to the winner's side of the bracket now. Okay, next up, we got Morfin versus Raito. It is the classic matchup of all the players in the beautiful history of this game. I would venture to say that Raito Morfin is the most iconic matchup. I think we are in for a treat, especially with how both of them were looking today. I think if we can see both of them playing at their absolute best, this could be a set for the ages. Cold Heart Kiata? Listen, there's a strong argument, but I think at this point, Morfin Raito is a more iconic matchup. Because Cold Heart Kiata, it really was just that one set. Like, the context, the narrative leading up to it was so strong, and the set did not disappoint. I mean, a 3-hour best of 10, or sorry, 3-hour game 10 grand finals, that is the kind of thing that we're never going to see again. That being said, I just think Raito and Morfin have such history, and every time I watch them, it just changes the way I see the game. They're just that kind of, they're those kind of players. Also, okay, we're going back to Storm Terror's lair here. If you had to choose one who is the best UCH player right now, I think we are in a very interesting time because it is kind of up in the air. You know, Raito won the last big tournament. Morfin is always a threat to be number one. But right now, if I had to put my money on someone, I would say Kreuz. I mean, Kreuz is the current rank 1 player, and I think there is never a time where I feel somebody is more likely to win a tournament than Kreuz, at least over the past 6 months. But today could change that. I mean, if Raito wins it 2 big tournaments in a row, all of a sudden, I think he is looking like the top dog. If Morfin wins it, then who's to say he's not back in full force? I think everybody playing at their absolute best, Morfin might just be that guy. It is so tough to say. Competitive UCH, we're kind of blessed with how interesting and just fun to watch our top players are. Like, we've dealt with years and years of one player just being the uncontested best. But now, you know, we're in a really rich era within the UCH's history because it isn't just one guy. It's 3. And even beyond those 3, there are like 4 or 5 more who absolutely are threats to win a tournament. I mean, we're going to see one of them in the next set that we watch. Kreuz versus Tornado. Tornado might be a newcomer to the top level, but I think he's a serious threat to win this tournament. Alright, I guess I'll start the prediction. I'll start the prediction now. Raito versus Morfin. Who you got? Again, sorry YouTube viewers, no gambling for you, but feel free to head over twitch.tv BojackUCH if you want to gamble on these. I'm going. Alright, let's get into it. Is Morfin here? Is this another top player whack-a-mole situation? Alright, Morfin is here. Okay, let's see it. The early rounds are going to be crucial. Because, I mean, as we just saw earlier, you don't want to bring Raito to a tiebreaker. And looking at how it went for Morfin the last time they played, Morfin wants to find an advantage early. He needs to find a way to score before Raito can adapt and build up a long-term advantage to the point where, you know, he can end it with a tiebreaker. Okay, Morfin immediately going for a cannon bait. Okay, beautiful space control from Raito. Morfin has been using that section of the map as kind of a crutch. Maybe not a crutch, but he has been building on that side of the map in every set that he's played so far. Because when it comes to super jumps and just wall tech in general, I think there are very few, if any, who can contest with him. I will say, really good building from Raito though. Like, that 3x1 in the bottom right corner and then the L-saw in the top left, like, he's cutting off both of Morfin's strongest spots. I mean, just look at how quickly Morfin grabbed that dynamite. You can tell that that's something he wants to play around. Yeah. Beautiful space control once again. Where's this wire gonna come in? What? Uncharacteristic death from Raito. What's the plan here? I mean, Morfin clearly has something he wants to do. Like, on the surface, that L-Saw does nothing. But the fact that Morfin was placing it there, I wonder if maybe he was trying to set up, like, the sprint jump, super jump. Like, the one-out super jump. You guys know what the one... You know the one I'm talking about. Okay, hold on. Good perception going for the quick jump. For sure the best way to do it. Now, placing that precision against Raito, like, as great at precision as Morfin is, I feel like Raito is pretty comparably good. But it looks like Morfin isn't just trying to play either to, you know, go against Raito's weaknesses or to play to his strengths. I think Morfin wants to play to make something happen fast. He knows that, like, the longer the set goes on, the harder it's going to be for him to win against a player like Raito. So even if it's not the best build, he wants something now. And this spike ball, I mean, this spike ball absolutely could do it. Okay, beautiful, beautiful display of meta from Morfin, but this Ferris wheel, not what you want to see if you're Morfin. I think he tried to take it immediately so that Raito couldn't get it because he knows just how strong Ferris wheels can be for Raito, but... Yeah, I mean, just placing this Ferris wheel down, what Morfin wanted is gone. There's just no way to force his intended path anymore. Oh, wait a minute. That is unfortunate. Wait a minute, Raito makes it through. The same thing he's been trying to nerf the whole time, like, could be the difference maker. It should be. This is tough. This is tough. I hate to do it, but, like, the Ferris wheel should stay. Okay, for context, I have a mod where I can remove the last thing placed by someone. Wait, can I? Can I really go 2 builds back? Alright, I guess I didn't know that the mod could do that. Yeah, Morfin would have made it with a Ferris. It is only fair. Alright, we have 7 rounds left with no build round 1. Okay. Morfin's struggling a little bit. I feel like so far Raito has been looking cleaner. Even on the things that Morfin wanted to place, it feels like Raito has a bit of an advantage. Still, I mean, all the time in the world to find something. If anybody's able to find a strong build, it is Morfin. Best micro in the game, no question. I think Raito probably going to set up a squeeze there. Morfin needs something soon. Okay, wait, I like this. Okay. I don't know about that. You can just run off, can't you? Yeah, you can. I think it's going to come... Wait a minute, hold on. Raito, down 2 lives. He's been looking so clean so far, but losing 2 lives to, I mean, respectfully, almost nothing. The question is now, did he see Morfin do the runoff? Does he know that you can do the runoff? Okay, he does. He does. Crucial bit of perception there. If Raito hadn't seen that, that could have been all the difference in the world. Okay, neither player opting for the black hole. I think both of them are pretty comparably strong. Whoa. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful bit of precision. And Morfin. Morfin gets the 2x1. So Raito has no way to counter build. This could be the turning point. It all kind of just comes down. Like, Raito opts for the glue. I almost wonder, what does he have in mind here? For those who don't know, on the spring, there is a tiny, tiny hitbox on the far right side where you can safely stand. So Morfin is forcing that. Okay, neither player getting it so far. Raito going for the slide off a little bit. Oh, okay, wait, Raito first to get it. Morfin makes it over the 1 block. Raito just 2 lives to get it. He's shown he can get this landing, but it's risky. Okay, Raito onto his last life. Not gonna get there. Okay, Morfin taking the advantage. Okay, now there is such a subtle element to that setup that really interests me. Because Raito is playing on controller, Morfin is playing on keyboard. So when it comes to getting the landing on that tiny corner of the spring, Raito can just get close to the corner and then do a very, very slight analog angle. So for him, that is advantage. But after you land on the corner, you need to use a mechanic named, called AVS if you want to maximize your chance of getting that 1 block jump over the spike ball. And that's something that, like, controller can do, but it's definitely harder. So Raito's advantage on one end of the setup, whereas Morfin is advantage on the other, and that advantage for Morfin is exactly what scored him that point. Morfin really starting to take control with the building here. Wow, okay. Raito, good counter build, gets right over it. Morfin, unfortunately, got that wire, but still, 3 lives may be enough here. Raito not getting the instant slide off. This is one of those things where keyboard is super advantaged. Maybe not enough for Morfin to get it first try, but we'll see. Okay, Raito, instead of going for the instant slide off, goes for the 1 frame. All of a sudden, Morfin only 2 lives, 1 life left. Is Raito right back in this? such a late point in the game. Can you really afford to let Raito score, especially going into the next rounds with an advantage? Morfin needs to get this now. Goes for the slide off, not gonna get there. Raito ties it up. I mean, it wouldn't be a Morfin Raito set if it wasn't back and forth. Genuinely, every time I see them play, I feel like it never happens where one person scores and they just leverage that advantage to win in the end. It always goes back and forth. There's just something special about these two. Oh wow, okay. Big counter coming in from Morfin. Arguably disadvantaged though, because Raito was the one who went for the jump and got it last turn. Morfin nerfs his own method, but I don't know, drastic times, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh wow. Okay, how does this work? What? Okay, wait, no, I see it. Wow, what a build! I really wish Thwomps were more competitively viable, because I feel like at some point we might have to ban them. But so often, I will see some of the most creative setups you ever see in competitive play. It's possible. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you can bait the Thwomp through the block. That's insane. What? Okay, Morfin coming close, not gonna get there. 3 lives apiece, but the hardest setup is at the end of the map. They've been taking their time. I feel like the timer is gonna come into play here. It looks like they have 3 lives, but I'm not so sure about that. I'm not gonna get there. Morfin going a little bit too slow. With this setup, if you're baiting the Thwomp from the top, you need to go fast. Okay, last life. Okay, Raito. I mean, he does have enough time. He has to go as fast as you possibly can, which... Oh, hold on. If anyone's known for it, it's Raito. Wait, but Raito not going for the instant. He would have had enough time. He would have had enough time if he had baited it from the start, but... Not quite. Oh wow, okay, whoa. Yeah, okay, Raito's just gonna set it right back up, but Morfin with the Thwomp. I mean, he needs to find something strong. Is this it? Really unfortunate for Raito. Notice how both players have really picked up the pace. It might look like they are rushing unnecessarily. But I mean, just look at last round. The timer came into play. You need to be able to go fast now. Okay, wait, Morfin making it through. You need to be able to go fast if you want to be able to use all of your lives effectively. Morfin, the time is there. Not going to get there. Raito now with the opportunity to score. 3 lives left on Morfin, but he took so much time there. I think realistically he gets 2 more shots at this. And Raito gonna make it. Pressure is on. Morfin, all eyes are on you. There's just 1 round left after this. You do not have the luxury of taking your time. You have to get it this round. And that timing's not gonna work. Morfin recognizes it. This one, not quite. Okay, good bailout by Morfin. Is this the one? Not quite. Morfin, I think Morfin needs to get off of the R-Saw. The timing here is never going to line up. And now. Yeah, there it is. Morfin. Good recognition. And with that, he stays alive. Still tie game going into the last round. We could be seeing a tiebreaker. I mean, this is what it's all about. How many times have you ever seen Morfin and Raito play and it wasn't an absolute heater? Can you name one? Seriously. Maybe the tournament, but me personally, I love that set. Okay, Morfin gets the build he's looking for. I don't know if Raito has a counter here. Does he? Ah. Yeah, okay, he does, but that's pretty good for Morfin, I'd argue. Oh, whoa, maybe not, maybe not. Okay, Morfin gets through. Raito follows right behind. Needs to get the jump height. Gets there. Raito as well, just behind him. Raito down a life. If Morfin can make it here, put on the pressure, anything is possible. Okay, Morfin gets there. I don't think he found the right timing for the thwomp. Ah, no, he did. He did. It should work out here, but the R-Saw is just not working out for him. And now Raito there with him. I mean, that timing would have worked. But neither player wants to go if it isn't the absolute perfect timing. And it's just so hard to find. I think 2 cycles from now it should work. Okay, this works, this works. Morfin gets there. Takes the safest route possible, makes it to the flag. Raito, 20 seconds on the clock, needs to do it now. Almost gets crushed by the Ferris wheel, but he makes it. We are going to tiebreaker. Once again, a Morfin Raito classic. All right, let's see it. Raito has not lost a tiebreaker. If anybody's going to be the first player to make it happen, it's Morfin. Okay, what's the first thing? I think Morfin most likely going to bomb that arrow in the bottom left corner, the one just above the spring. He wants more than anything to bring back his main advantage. Okay, great building. Great building from both players. See how Raito hovered his dynamite in the perfect spot to you know, bluff Morfin off of building on the left? Because if Morfin bombs whatever he wants to gain advantage on the left side, it doesn't matter if Raito gets rid of it. So Morfin had to find an advantage elsewhere, but that advantage might be right here. Morfin just needs to get this set up once, and all of a sudden, the thwomp, the hardest thing in the map, is gone, but Raito pulling through. Morfin, an unfortunate death. It all comes down to this. Raito not going to get there. Both of them back to square one. 2 lives apiece going quickly. Raito slight lead, but in a moment like this, a lead might just mean nothing, but having 0 lives absolutely means everything. Raito, is this the dagger? All he needs to do is make this setup. He has yet to fail it, and he won't again. Raito remains the undefeated tiebreaker king. He will be going to winners finals. Unbelievable! Okay, Selly, do you believe me now when I say that this is the most iconic matchup? Like, let's call a spade here. Let's be honest with ourselves. What was that? All right, so we've got Kreuz versus Tornado next. I mean, that's going to be a tough act to follow. I think it absolutely could live up to it, though. Tornado and Kreuz, they both have such similar playstyles. They like the same thing. We might really be seeing the best out of both players. All right, I'm gonna be back real quick. We'll start in just a moment. Alright, I am back. Kreuz versus Tornado now. We're finally playing on a new map. Dude, my eyes deceive me. I almost can't believe it. Okay, Kreuz immediately grabbing a Ferris wheel. He grabbed it faster than I could, and I'm the host. What was that? Oh yeah, okay, that Ferris wheel could be everything. Me personally, I'm taking the wrecking ball and throwing it on that Ferris wheel, but maybe that's not the kind of thing Kreuz is looking to do. Let's see it. This match is going to be the exact opposite of the last. Instead of a clash of styles, this is two almost identical styles going up against each other. I love sets like these because you really get to see the best out of both players. Every single thing that gets placed is something that they like to do. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a wide corner jump at some point. No chance it isn't. What's Kreuz's plan here? Is that it's the same old super jump, right? Oh my god, okay. Okay, we've got a 2-block squeeze. I think it is slightly easier. Yeah, it's slightly easier with the hockey, but nothing too crazy yet. I think both players are very hesitant to be the first one to make a big move. And anytime they see something happen, they just want to counter build because it's so it's so scary. The way that these two players ramp up the difficulty, it is so nerve-wracking watching them build. Tornado gets a spike ball. Kreuz clearly not happy about it. Okay. Effortless for both players here. Both players going for the arrow instead of the wire. That's... Are we really watching Kreuz and Tornado playing? Really? Are you sure? Okay, Tornado has a strong idea with the arrow. I don't know if he's going to place it, but it looks like Kreuz wants to. Second guessing himself, though. Okay, 3 wires apiece. I think this is where things start to heat up. Oh yeah. Kreuz does get the super jump here. Alright, he gets it placed down, but not getting it. There we go. Makes it through, just needs the Kiata, avoids the flower. I mean, Tornado's good with super jumps, though. But it seems like that flower is really causing him grief. He doesn't know what to do after. He can get the super jump, but... Okay, Kreuz has a huge opportunity. Well done, jumping over the arrow instead of going for the speed. Now he just needs this. For a player like Kreuz, not a problem. 1-0. Kreuz really thinking about it. I mean, when in doubt, add some BS with the Ferris wheel. It's gonna work. Okay, it looks to me like Kreuz did not mean to pick up that black hole, by the way. He definitely was aiming for the spike ball. Like, look at how unsure he seems with this black hole placement. Oh, wow, okay. Oh my god, okay. Tornado talking about using respawn vulnerability. Kreuz says, I don't need it. First tries the corner wire jump. Is this just going to be an immediate 2-0? I mean, okay, he still has the black hole to deal with, though. We'll see how this plays out. Okay, great bailouts from Kreuz. Wow, unbelievable! First tries it! Even while he's dealing with the pressure of bailing out of the black hole, he spots the half block landing and just nails it first try? Okay, now remember when someone in chat asked me who the best player is right now? There's a reason I said Kreuz, and we're seeing it here live. I mean, truthfully, with how good Raito and Morfin have been looking too, I think this is going to be a hell of a grand finals. I mean, that being said, this is assuming Tornado can't make the comeback, but with how Kreuz is looking right now, I don't know. I don't know. This is one of the strongest versions of Kreuz I've seen. Unbelievable. Okay, Kreuz, first sign of weakness so far. Tornado. Kreuz knocking the squeeze. Okay, this actually could be the game. If Kreuz gets a 3-pointer against Toe, maybe not yet. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Kreuz really struggling to get that squeeze now. He first tried it last round, but I mean, it is hard with the pull of the black hole changing your trajectory. Like, this is very difficult. And yeah, Kreuz not quite gonna get there. You need to be a little bit more conscious of your jump height with that. Okay, beautiful. Well, beautiful spike ball. But I don't know, like, in terms of just a micro build, that's good. But Tornado's typically really good at that kind of stuff. Maybe Kreuz just feels confident that he'll get it better, but like Tornado, honestly, Tornado's been getting these setups quite well. It's just the flower that he's been struggling with. Okay, all of a sudden, Kreuz, with that build, he might have given Tornado a path back into this game, but Tornado almost getting crushed by the Ferris wheel. Not quite. I think this is going to be a point. Ah, never mind. Tornado put the squeeze back. Okay, 3 rounds left. Doable, but again, this is Kreuz we're talking about. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, I love that spike ball. I love that spike ball. Wow. Oh, wait. Interesting. Kreuz's counter builds have been on point. Like, this hydrant, first of all, great way to counter this. Although still pretty tough. I think Kreuz's method is wrong here, and Tornado has the right idea. Hold on, this could be... Again, Kreuz is really starting to struggle. Every once in a while, a god looks human. But yeah, Tornado going for the non-sprint Kiata. Kreuz just trying to raw dog it with the sprint. I don't think that's the play. But it might not matter here. Okay, if I'm Kreuz, just bomb the start, dude. I mean, okay, not a bad build. That's not a bad build. He did see Tornado get through the setup with the proper method, so maybe he feels more confident, but yeah, okay, just counter build it, just counter build it. Tornado, you cannot be losing early lives like that. Not when everything is on the line. This round has to be a point. 2 lives to go. And let's not forget, there are 2 ways that this match can end right now. If Kreuz makes it to the flag, it doesn't matter what Tornado does. With how Kreuz has been looking, especially now that he has that black hole setup reinstated. Not gonna get the squeeze. Either way, Tornado onto his last life. Do you have it? Okay, Kreuz gets the squeeze. But really struggling this black hole. Struggling to escape its pull. You need to go all the way to the left. There we go. Kreuz gets there, and I believe that's going to be game. Kreuz already won it, but going to put the cherry on top with a 3-pointer against Tornado. Kreuz, this is winner's semis. It's not supposed to look that easy. All right. We got Kreuz against Raito now. It's time. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, what map are we going to be playing on here? Still waiting on the stage bans. Wow, only 50%? 59% of people gambled on Kreuz? That feels... I mean, this is Kreuz we're talking about. That feels crazy low. I mean, if you want to bet 59% when he's against Raito, sure. You know, it is Raito we're talking about. Here's the buffer, okay. Okay, we got another new map. Let's see it. Fading Firmament. Oh, never mind. Not new map. Not new map. Alright, get out of here, pigs. Alright, let's see it. Raito against Kreuz. I think this is one of the big unknowns. Because so far, you know, Raito has had a bit of an advantage over Morfin over these last few months. And I would say, you know, maybe Morfin has a good matchup into Kreuz. I don't really know what Raito versus Kreuz looks like. Like, don't get me wrong, I've seen them play time and time again, but I don't feel so strongly that I don't know who's gonna win this. I really don't. Alright, it's Raito. Okay, doesn't need to reset, we're good. Oh, I like this spike ball. Placing it one higher, that's a huge difference though. And now Kreuz gets to place his precision. I think Raito jumped the gun on that one. If you're playing against Kreuz, his biggest advantage is like, he has such a strong skill set. When it comes to precision and just maneuvering your character in general around tight spaces, he is absolutely unmatched. And he has an eye for that kind of thing. He can see the best setups at any given point. So if you build first, you're giving him unfettered access to just place whatever he wants. It's far too big of a risk. Okay, Kreuz defeated by the runoff. It might matter here. I mean, okay, Raito first tries the precision. Even if it is advantage for Kreuz when you're playing at this level, I mean, you need a little bit more. Okay, wait a minute, wait. Yeah. Kreutz's perception might be working against him. He typically likes to go for wall jumps wherever he can, just because the alignment makes things more consistent, but I think it's flat out a harder jump to go for. I think just going for the 5 or 6 frame jump here is for sure easier. Okay, interesting way to do it, but he gets there. Okay, but now, how does he find the timing? Okay, he gets above. Nicely done, Kreuz. Even down 2 lives, doesn't skip a beat. Oh, Kreuz going for the dynamite. What's the play here? What does he want to bomb? If I had to imagine, probably the conveyor belt, but either way, it's going to be really tough for Kreuz to force what he wants in that section. Oh, gets rid of the thwomp. Okay. Oh, beautifully done by Kreuz. Okay, Kreuz has a real advantage here. I think Raito is for sure good enough to get this within the round, but I could see this being a scoring round. Absolutely, I could. Okay, Kreuz going for the double quick jump. Can't quite get the precision, but nearly there. The real question for me right now is that glue afterwards. Like, glue drop downs are so rare to see force that I don't know if anyone really has that in their bag. Okay, this is looking exactly like Kreuz vs. Raito in Frostbite. The way, like, this setup just comes down to a difference of doing a straight jump or a wall jump, and Kreuz is trying to bait Raito into doing the wrong one. Okay, Raito very nearly gets it. Kreuz does have the life advantage, but all that extra time he just spent baiting out Raito, I mean, this might come down to the timer. Probably a good 10 seconds out, but it might not matter. Kreuz finds it. Can't get the glue drop down. It's hard, because you need to be able to predict when you're going to fall so that you can hold right and up to get that slow slide. But, like, with the glue there, it's just so much harder. Okay, but he still finds it. Kreuz gets above, gets across, and that's going to be the first point. Kreuz up 1-0. Are we going to be seeing another Kreuz Grand Finals? That arrow is... There's no way. That arrow is ridiculous, dude. There's no way. Okay, Kreuz recognizes. Maybe let's not get this too crazy. Okay, where are these 3 wires gonna go, though? Okay, there it is. I think Kreuz wants to force that half block, but there's so many. You just need to use so many builds if you want to force the half block. And Raito is not, like, he's good at that. I don't know. I think this strategy just might be too difficult to execute. That being said, the wire on its own, even though I'm fairly certain Kreuz placed that with some longer builds, long-term strategy in mind, I don't know. Raito dying quite a bit to it. Very unfortunate death. Okay, I mean, I personally, I did not expect that wire to be a centerpiece in this match, but top level UCH is very hard to predict. Okay, these mortars could change quite a bit. Very good 2x1 by Raito, though. Adding that alignment, very smart. I mean, okay, placing the mortar just one left of the wire completely shuts down Kreuz's idea, no? Raito places it to the right. I mean, he does need to keep the map hard enough that he can score. I think personally that it's at that level already, but yeah, and again, Kreuz, the perception coming through, recognizing that he can just jump to the left wall. That's going to save him 1 life over Raito. And a top level play, these little advantages, they add up over the course of a match. Good recognition from Raito, going for the bailout there. Okay, now's the time. Not quite. Almost. God, that's tough. That is really tough. I almost wonder, if you get enough speed, can you just do a runoff from the glue? Okay, wait a minute. Raito gets it. This could be his ticket back into the game. Kreuz, just 1 life left. Hold on. I mean, this could be huge. This tournament has so much on the line. If Raito wins this, all of a sudden, he won Firewall, one of the biggest tournaments in the last little while. And Ruin, again, one of the biggest tournaments in the last little stretch of time. But Kreuz has a chance and can't find it with the cycles. Raito ties it up. 5 rounds to go. Okay, if I'm Kreuz, I think difficulty needs to show up somewhere else. I think that end section is always going to be disadvantaged for you unless you can find a very impactful bomb. Maybe just getting rid of the glue, but... Okay, yeah, there it is. Even so, I mean, Raito has a lot of potential for building this setup up to be, you know, good for his playstyle. Absolutely he does. Okay, can't find the build. Raito very, very carefully thinking about how he wants to use this block. I think that's going to be the best he'll find. Oh, well. Oh, wait, I see the vision. I see the vision. Really forcing the reliance on the timing of that 3x1 now. If you're Raito, you know, king of chaos, that is for sure going to work out to his favor. Okay, but wait a minute. Favor or not, Kreuz is at the flag. You may have 3 lives, but the second somebody makes it to the flag, the pressure is just unreal. Especially here, you know, like 500 people watching, one of the biggest tournaments ever, money on the line, prestige on the line. Seeing your opponent make it to the flag can really bring out the worst in you. For Raito, may not be the case. I think he has this one. In the bag. Knock on wood, knock on wood. No commentator's curse today. No thank you. I want to see a good match here. Alright, he makes it. Okay. I think Raito might have given away his opportunity, because that space up there, like, if you want to make something out of that that's good for you, it all comes down to the chaos. And wait a minute, Raito has found something beautiful. That could change everything. Okay, but Kreuz gets his precision. Does Raito have it? He absolutely does. Okay, Raito gets the timing, but I don't know if it's going to line up here. It is not. That's tough. That's really tough. So you can't, it's not good enough to just get onto that block when it comes around. You have to have the right timing. And wait a minute, I believe Kreuz may have found it. Gets through. Raito onto his last life. He does have an opportunity, but this is a crucial moment. Will the cycles line up for him? This one should. This one should. Wait a minute, but Raito, too slow on it. He can still bail out. And Raito lives to see another day. Unbelievable bail. You know, it's not just about what you can do mechanically when you're playing at your best. Or at the best of times. It's about what you can do when, you know, the game kind of knocks you down. Raito couldn't find the timing, but even so, he found the perfect way to maneuver through that space to keep himself in it and eventually get through. That could, realistically, that could have been game. And here's the problem. Here's the problem with Kreutz's strategy of just building a lot of precision. You can counter build most precision pretty easily. Like, you need to set up strong precision. Oh, like that. Okay. Right as I'm talking about the problem with Kreutz's strategy, here is the upside. This beautiful setup for Kreuz. Wait a minute. Oh, of course. Of course. Here I am getting perception gapped. You can just jump over the spike ball. I wasn't sure. I think if you use like a 5-frame coyote, you might get hit by the blue wires there. I'm not sure. Okay, Raito falling. This timing's not going to work, but wait, Kreuz is going to go for it. Ah, never mind. Maybe the timing will work. It will. Okay, and Kreuz not really showing any sign of struggle, but Raito. He's the king of chaos. Can he be the king of clutch? We've seen it before, but this time might feel different. I don't know if this cycle is going to line up. Raito. Okay, it will. But Raito gets slightly pushed away by the block, which means he wasn't on the wall when he went for the jump. And if you're going for a quick jump, you press sprint after, so you get a sprint jump. Ah. I wish I could succinctly explain how exactly what that exact mistake was. Because it's so subtle, but just that little tiny difference in timing from the block pushing him away meant that his quick jump was moved back. So instead of getting non-sprint then sprint, he just gets sprint, which kills him to the wires. Such a tiny, tiny difference. Oh wow, what is that? Okay. He's building against himself, what is that? Is that even possible? It is, okay, it is, but that's ridiculous. Okay, and Kreuz gets his precision. This is starting to get tricky for Raito. Kreuz just has so many good placements. Realistically, he needs dynamite. And I wonder, is it easier? I think going for the first precision is probably easier than the second, but... Okay, Raito gets precision, not gonna get the 1 frame. Okay, and now just 1 round left. Kreuz could seal the deal here, but I think this map is too hard. Okay, Raito, Ferris wheel, hold on. Probably the strongest counter building tool in the game. And Raito's found a devious one. Early GG, I mean, he's pulling the fish strat. I don't know if it'll work here. And Raito's still making it harder. I've come to realize recently, like when I originally saw, you know, Raito vs. Palkia in Frostbite, that's probably the most iconic set ever played, at least to a broader audience. I think I viewed it as like Raito was building to make it hard because, you know, his top-end mechanical skill is insane. And, you know, he can give himself a chance. But I think now, Raito is a player based on confidence more than anything. He's playing to back himself into a corner because when he has no other option, that's when he shines. I mean, we have a chance to see it here, but what is this, dude? This is absurd, and Raito can't even call a player's challenge on it because he's the one who built it. I mean, it's possible. We could see the greatest clutch of all time, but it's not happening on this life. Okay, Raito really starting to play shaky here. Yeah, I think this is it. Okay, one life to make it happen. And he's not going to get there. Kreuz advancing on to grand finals. Okay, and now looking into the other side of the bracket. In losers, Morfin won over Aimbot. Currently, Fish and Tornado are playing it out. They started about 11 minutes ago, so I think we have a little bit of a break here. But man, I mean, we can talk about that set because how lucky are we to have so many bangers back to back? I honestly feel like when I streamed Firewall like a month ago, I felt like that was one of the greatest tournaments I'd ever watched. Just so many high quality matches, the narrative, everything was just, it fell into place so beautifully. I think this tournament is right up there with it. The quality of the sets we've been seeing today is unreal. Like Kreuz vs. Tornado, Kreuz just dominating, getting the 3-pointer. Morfin vs. Raito, a classic. Kreuz vs. Raito, incredible. I just feel like we haven't had a miss today. Honestly. Pretty incredible stuff. I mean, congratulations to the 49% of you that bet on Kreuz. You're getting a nice infusion of channel points here. Okay, so once this set is over, we're gonna be seeing either Morfin vs. Fish or Morfin vs. Tornado. I mean, I gotta say, if it's Morfin vs. Fish, there is a little bit of history there. Historically, Morfin, you know, Fish was the one who ended Morfin's streak of dominance. He went on a generational run. 2 consecutive seasons getting ranked unanimously first place. Not a single person had a doubt in their mind that Morfin was the best player alive. But then Fish, you know, Fish rose to the top level and it felt like he kind of had the answer to Morfin. He was, I would say, the sole reason that Morfin had his worst season to date. And now, you know, Morfin back into the swing of things, clearly a tier 1 player, but has he truly gotten over the curse of Fish? And I mean, that is assuming that Fish wins here, because he's up against Tornado, who, while he may not have had the best showing against Kreuz, you know, it is Kreuz we're talking about. He is up there as you can possibly be. Okay, yeah, actually that's true. Morfin and Fish did play earlier, and Morfin did win. So, it looks like he's over that curse. Time will tell. Time will tell. We still have Fish versus Tornado to really get an answer, but... Fish is going to be playing Snake. I'm pulling out the Raito skin. Does he prefer blank? I don't think... I haven't seen anything from him that indicates he does, but if he does, I mean, I would prefer to call him blank. I think that's a way cooler name for a top player. Tornado doesn't have the same ring to it, you know? right, let me see. How... Is your set done? Oh, wow. Okay, Tornado 1-3-0 over Fish. So we got Morfin versus Tornado now. I'm not going to leak my code this time. We are in the home stretch, the final hour of the tournament. Morfin, Tornado. The winner of that plays Raito, and the winner of that plays Kreuz. And at the end of it all, one player will be left standing. Okay, and we're getting the final stage we haven't seen yet. Death of Zenia. Alright, I'll put the prediction up. Who wins Morfin Tornado? Get your bets in. What's happening? Is somebody joining? Bro. Bro, okay, whoever's connecting, I hate you. Stop. Please, please. Oh. Didn't know about that. Alright, guys, hey, don't join the lobby. I want to get this tournament underway. Alright, let's get into it. Oh wait, we haven't seen this map. This was Nelver Slumsk. Of course. I feel like this could be a really good map for Morfin. I don't know, both of them have things that they can play for you. Oh, I love that fan. I love that fan. I feel like fans are such an underutilized item. It's so rare that I see people trying anything like new with fans. But placing it like that, there's so much opportunity to build something. I see the vision. I really see the vision. Okay, and Tornado immediately gets a crazy staircase. This looks to be a pre-practice setup to me. This could spell danger for Morfin. I'll have to see. What does this even look like? Just a straight... Okay, it's a straight jump through 7-block jump. That's so volatile though. Oh my god. That is awful. Is this setup polling based? Like, can you use sprint manipulation? I actually don't know. I feel like you need to jump straight through it, but... Wait a minute, Morfin gets there but doesn't have the bailout. He didn't have the timing right for the 7-block squeeze, so he tried to get down and jump so he could do the 2-block, but Alright, Tornado, not gonna get there. Morfin talking a bit of trash, by the way. I'm always down for a little banter. Okay, Tornado probably doesn't want that fan, but... Okay, the name of the game for Morfin is just trying to prevent corner wire jumps as best as you can. I think there are a lot of things, like Morfin, again, it's Morfin. He's no slouch when it comes to this kind of thing, but at the same time, Tornado is really good at them. Nothing difficult enough quite yet. Okay, and Morfin taking the trigger spike. Notice how he's playing, like he's really playing for space control. Anytime Tornado has some space that could be good for him, Morfin just wants to do anything in his power to nullify that advantage. I think for Morfin, he's playing the long game. He doesn't want to play to win right now. He wants to make sure that Tornado doesn't have any path forward before he makes his move. Wait a minute. Crazy death from Tornado. Wait a minute. The first time 2 lives are lost, the game begins. Hold on. Tornado's actually feeling the pressure. Alright, Morfin, you gotta chill. Morfin, you gotta chill. Okay, Morfin cannot find a build there. Oh, wow, okay. That timing's gonna be so hard. I'm inclined to say that this is Morfin advantage. Tornado doesn't strike me as a player who's great when it comes to, you know, long-term planning of cycles, but... Wait, and Morfin! He gets the timing perfectly. What is that movement? Tornado, got a tough act to follow. This is by no means easy. I think even calling it difficult would be doing it a disservice. Because yeah, every time you're in the cannon, that trigger spike activates. So not only do you need to find the perfect timing with the fire hydrant, you need to line up the timing of your cannon bait with the T-spike. It's tough. It's tough. Okay, not the right timing for the hydrant. This could be it. Tornado Tornado not jumping soon enough, though. I mean, really good patience from him. He's not jumping the gun until he gets the right cycle, but fortunately he goes a little bit too fast. You need to slide down more, and Morfin gonna take the early lead. Tornado's definitely going to set up the precision there, and there is no way. Bro. Alright, I'm muting chat. But I feel like I need to see it. I feel like I need to see it. Because, like, if it needs moderating, like, I gotta... Keep chat up? Okay, we'll keep chat up, but... It's not a good look, I don't know. Okay, Morfin gets the precision, not quick enough to react and move to the right after though. Alright, and there it is. Okay, on his screen, Morfin got the T-spike bite. T-spike bait. Alright, Morfin gonna go up 2-0? It just feels like there is such a big gap. When it comes to the top 3 and the rest of the field, like Morfin, Kreuz, and Raito are really just a step above. There's just something about it, like, I think anybody who's really played UCH competitively, you probably know the feeling that I'm talking about. But every once in a while, there is a player where you kind of just, as you play against them, you get this pit in your stomach. Because you can't picture a world where they don't make it. It doesn't matter what they do, you just feel in your mind that they're going to make it through whatever you place. I felt it against Coldheart, Kiata, and now, I mean, Morfin, Kreuz, Raito, like, they have the exact same aura. Wow, what is that setup? What the hell? How does that cannon bait work? Oh my god. If that works the way that I think it does, Morfin has the most beautiful micro I have ever seen. And for context, there's a lot of new people here. Micro refers to your ability. It's like an idea in building strategy. It's your ability to find the most impactful build on any given turn. And Morfin, it doesn't matter what item you give him, you can always find something. And, didn't mention it, but Morfin, by the way, clearing that black hole setup first try. Not the second, though. Okay, when Morfin starts to move like this, that's usually when it's starting to feel... starting to feel like something's brewing. Wow, and Tornado gets the bait. Can't quite get the precision though. Now, okay, that's the way I thought Morfin originally intended for the setup to be done. You go around, bait the cannon, go all the way to the right side, then jump back through. I figured that was the goal, but he saw something different. No matter what toe plays, this is going to be tough. Is that possible? I think I see it, but that's a pretty insane thwomp bait. Oh my. How is he moving like this? Morfin! What even killed him? Sorry, what killed him? What? Okay, bro. This is a party mat. Why does he look like he's speedrunning? Genuinely, how does he move like that? Okay, maybe he's letting his speed get the best of him a little bit here, but confidence is everything, especially for a player like Morfin. Okay, Tornado does have a chance here. I think this map is very hard, but it is possible. Tornado not gonna get there. 3 rounds remain, 2 points to score. I mean, it's possible, but again. Okay, Morfin with the fan. What's the move here? Tornado sees the method, good perception. Morfin just goes straight through it. That setup is deceptively hard because the hitbox on the spikes on the inside of the thwomp are way bigger than you'd think. Okay, Morfin on his last life. I mean, Tornado's honestly looking great here. Okay, you can just do the slide off, I see. I mean, little by little, Tornado is clawing his way back into this game, but it's just a matter of time. And I don't think he has enough. If he doesn't make it this round, then I just don't see a world. Okay, hold on. Tornado, a very real opportunity here. But he does get the timing. The trigger spike is killing that. Okay, I don't know if these two players realize, but the setup fundamentally changed once they added the block beneath the cannon. Because that pushes you up high enough that you die to the trigger spike. Whereas before, when there was nothing below it, they weren't dying. It's a very, very subtle mechanic. It is possible. There's just... They need to get out of the cannon. They need to actually time their bait with the end of the cycle of the trigger spike. Otherwise, it just can't be done. Okay, cannon gone. Kind of a risky build for Morfin, though. I feel like Tornado is honestly kind of super advantaged right now, no? Okay, that changes everything. Whoa. That's crazy. What's the play there? Do you go on the right wall? Do you go back? Okay, Morfin makes it through. Just barely doesn't get the precision. If it was only one wire, he would have had it. Tornado, beautiful NSTs. But still, I mean, the big question is this thwomp at the end. Maybe they see something that I don't, but... Oh, never mind, I'm stupid. They absolutely see something that I don't. Okay, hold on! Hold on! Tornado has a real shot. He is so advantaged. There's one turn left. He needs to score once, but, like, he just got there. Morfin with a black hole, though, this could change. This, if I had to bet, he's gonna play something ridiculous. But you need to be careful. You need to find some way to change things up because Tornado is a very momentum-based player. Notice how at the very beginning of the game, when Morfin just had the advantage, Tornado, you know, he wasn't really hitting much of anything. But as soon as he starts to heat up, things change. Okay, that black hole is... that black hole is pretty crazy. I mean, it's not that bad, right? Am I crazy? Just need to use like a low height quick jump and land on the safe spot of the wall. It's not that bad. Definitely not like a stalling setup or anything. Okay, well, what is this? Okay, Morfin makes it. Beautiful usage of the fan. I'm not gonna get that precision. Tornado, 3 lives left. Everything on the line. And Tornado sees it. Tornado sees the better spot to jump from. Was Morfin watching? That's the question. Morfin down to 2 lives. Tornado's made it to the end. Morfin needs to find something now. Oh my god, is this the clutch of the century? Wait, Morfin. Morfin wants the tiebreaker? He just lets him have it? Are you serious? Okay, here we are. This is I mean, Morfin kind of throwing here. I mean, full credit to Tornado. The way he pulled it around. For every throw, there is an equally powerful clutch, but I don't know. This is gonna be tough. Okay, what's the first thing gone? If I'm Morfin, finding a way to nerf the precision. Tornado has just been cooking on that. But do you want this to be a race? Because Tornado has been moving faster through that initial thwomp setup. Okay, good build by Morfin. He's buying himself a little bit of time here. He doesn't want to play the racing game. Tornado is, you know, one of the best speedrunners alive. Morfin finds it, but can't get through with the Wrecking Ball. Tornado down a life, both of them 3 lives apiece. Morfin actually almost got a Wrecking Ball cancel there, by the way. Super rare. Morfin trying to escape that. That Wrecking Ball has been surprisingly the highlight of the setup. I thought that the hardest thing by far was going to be dealing with this black hole, but oh my god, and Tornado makes it through into the cannon. He just needs to hit this precision one time. Not going to get there, but he is advantaged. The time is ticking for Morfin. He needs to find something, or this game is going to Tornado. Okay, gets rid of the thwomp. He just needs to change that setup until he can find the advantage. Just narrowly missing out. Tornado really struggling all of a sudden. That thwomp was helping. I think he's not as comfortable using just the fan here. Okay, but wait, he finds his way in. Both of them. This is now a race for the finish. Morfin, both of them dying to the black holes. 1 life apiece. This could be the game. Are we going to see another round, or is one of them going to take home the victory? If it's anyone, it's going to be Morfin. He has all the time in the world now. He just needs to get the precision, but he can't. Okay, but all of a sudden things are changing up. Before, Morfin had he couldn't really nerf that precision. It was one of the few things keeping Tornado in check while he had advantage. But now that it's looking like Morfin has advantage, I mean, banning that trigger spike, getting rid of the precision altogether, I think that might be the play. Tornado, what's he gonna bomb? If he bombs the fan, I think that makes it weirder still, where Morfin might be advantaged. Okay, Morfin. Both of them just want to keep this map hard. I don't think they want to deal with having, you know, the win be set on a race condition. Okay, both of them getting through here. Morfin not getting the precision. Tornado coming unbelievably close, but not quite gonna get it. Morfin very slight lead, but I'm not sure at this point that it's gonna matter. It does buy him a full cycle's worth of time. Morfin again getting over. He just needs to get the precision one time. He gets there. Morfin, the only thing standing between him and a win is a silly mistake, but we've seen it time and time again in a tiebreaker like this. Everything on the line. And Morfin, he takes it home. He gives Tornado the tiebreaker, but he says, not today. You may be knocking on the door, but you are not opening it. Morfin moving on to losers finals against Raito. We are getting the rematch. Wow. What a set. I mean, can you honestly tell me you've seen a comeback like that in your life? Against Morfin 3 turns ago, down 2-0, Tornado finds it. You know, my secret headcanon. My headcanon is that Morfin is trying to prep himself, get ready for the tiebreaker, so that if he's against Raito again, you know, it doesn't end up in a repeat of last time. Okay, now we're just waiting on Raito. Morfin, wait, is he gonna bring out the iconic skunk? What are we doing? Why is he playing monkey? Come on, dude. Just waiting a second for both players to ban their stages, and then we'll be underway. Alright, looks like we're going right back to Death of Zero. Or is that name? Dude, I think this might be the first tournament I've streamed where I didn't mess up the rule set every single match. Here, 1 second, sorry. counter there. Okay, again, same as before, these early rounds are gonna be important. It's just so hard to find a real advantage against Raito, because with his adaptability, like, you need to find something that can win you the game in a single turn. And Morfin, of all the people who've ever played the game, I think he's probably the best at it. But again, it's just not easy. We saw in the game before, like, Raito has his tricks. Oh, and of course, let me, I'll start the gamble, don't worry. Again, they're really playing a game with space control. I feel like this idea has become a lot more prevalent in UCH strategy over the past, like, 6 months or so. Because now players, like, we used to have a meta where people would just speed run to get to difficulty as fast as they could. Place the most difficult setups immediately. But these days, like... Okay, wait, hold on. I want to pause that thought because Morfin actually just did something really, really smart. We're probably going to see it come into play next turn. If Morfin wants to gain an advantage over Raito, he needs something strong in a single turn. The only way he can get that is if he has build advantage, because otherwise Raito's just going to counter him. But by taking the bottom route on the last turn and going for it, he showed to Raito that there's another route that he needs to look out for. So immediately you see the counter coming from Raito. Which means Morfin got to place that wire, which means Morfin gets to place that spring in turn. Morfin gained build advantage by, you know, taking the harder route. That being said, I think he just couldn't find it with that spring. He couldn't find it with that spring. This is one idea that I've been talking to Morfin about a little bit, and I want him to get into his head a little bit more. Because sometimes he's really good at getting build advantage, but he's not great at retaining it. If you want to retain build advantage, and you have an item where you can't really do anything with it right now, set up an attack. You don't need, like imagine you want to play spring precision, right? You need wires and you need a spring. But if I just place down the spring in a spot where there could be spring precision later, my opponent still needs to counter build that, because if I get the wires, we're back to square one. So I retain my build advantage. Setting up attacks is like one of the most useful things in UCH strategy, but I don't see a lot of people going for it. They're too much focused on playing for the right now of it all. This game is going by pretty fast so far. I mean, with how Raito is playing, he's playing really defensively. It's hard for Morfin to really find anything that gets him that advantage. Okay, yeah, he's lost a bit of build advantage there. I think he really wanted to place the wired corner jump, but just with the hitbox of the crossbow being smaller, it's a lot less predictable how that's going to go for him. Morfin moving beautifully, though. Still, I mean, this could be an issue. I think this glue is going to be very important, because if you block off that bottom path, you do force a glue jump. And of these two players, I don't know who feels more confident in that. I've definitely seen times where both of them look phenomenal with it, but the UCH meta has its ebbs and flows. You know, somebody who's good at one thing, even if it's the thing they're known for most, you know, 6 months down the line, they might be bad at it. It's all about what you're practicing in the moment. Okay, wait, what was that? What was that build from Morfin? I feel like that was a bit premature, unless maybe he had something else in mind, but... Oh, wait, this could be an uncounter buildable setup. How does he want to do this? Notice Morfin hovering his cursor. He's trying to find something to get Raito to bite. He has something else in mind. Yep, there it is. There it is. A beautiful display of meta building. There's a common idea where, like, you hover your cursor over the spot where you want to build. Normally you don't want to do that because you're giving your opponent information, but you can give them false information. By hovering your cursor in a spot where you think your opponent might want to counter build against you, you can force their hand. You can bait them into placing something so that they have nothing to counter the thing you actually want to build. And in this case, Morfin got his Terry jump set up. He got the Terry jump set up at the end of the map. It all comes down to, like, does Raito have these right now? I've seen times where he looks automatic with them, but I've seen times where it's a real struggle. And I think we have our answer. Raito, first one to get through. Morfin still 2 lives. If anyone, you know, if I'm betting on anyone to get a Terry jump in 2 tries, it's Morfin all the way, but everything on the line. Okay, and he makes it. He makes it. We are still in this 0-0. What's the plan? I think... Interesting. Raito doesn't want anything to do with it, but he looked good. I mean, he got it. Okay, he wants to set up the Kiata. Okay, Morfin sets up the glue jump. Things are heating up. There is so much uncertainty in this game, because as much as you feel like you're good at something, there's no way to really know what your opponent is good at in the moment. Like, maybe Raito's been practicing glue jumps lately. There isn't really a way for Morfin to know unless he's been actively playing with Raito recently and seen him do it. There's just no way. Taking his time here. Both of them couldn't get the glue jump on the first try, but I mean, the attempts looked good for Morfin. Okay, Raito, first one to get there. Morfin actually misses the glue jump, but he had enough momentum that it didn't matter. Whoa, what's happening? Out of here. But he gets it. Still tie game, but Raito really starting to pick things up. Okay, 2 spike balls on the board. Okay, yeah, this is why I never understand why Morfin likes to switch up his character every time. Like, yeah, you can play any character if you're good enough at general movement. But let's not go pretending like visual indicators don't matter. They absolutely do. Okay, that spike ball is everything. I imagine we're going to see a counter build coming from Raito, but that does mean that Morfin has build advantage this round. Raito couldn't place anything of substance. Oh my. That's tough. Are we sure about that? I feel like Raito might just be a demon at that. Oh wow. What a counter by Raito. I will say, I'm not a huge fan of maps putting in the split paths that make this kind of thing possible. I think it's better when, you know, you're kind of forced to play the game in front of you. But, I mean, we'll see. Either way, I think this match is going to come down to this black hole and whether or not either player can get it. Morfin coming unbelievably close. Wow, Raito kind of stumbling his way through that setup. He makes it through all the same. I'm not gonna get there. That's hard, dude. Okay, Raito probably the best attempt so far. You need to go solo. Like I think you need to be within a frame or two of hitting the wires if you want to go low enough for that jump to be possible. There's just no other way to get in far enough from the quick jump. It's hard. This is really hard. close, but not quite gonna make it. Okay, both players using their extra life to get a little bit of practice, because I think they both know that, you know, the path through the cheese is gonna be removed by the next round. Unless, I mean, maybe Morfin has something else in mind? Okay, all of a sudden, it doesn't even make sense for Morfin to block it. I think... Where do these wires get used best, is the question. Okay, as he's setting up attack, there we go. He might have something later. Raito might just bomb it right now, though. Yeah, okay. The big question right now is just, can either player get this final setup with the black hole? Like, it is pretty ridiculous. I think if they can't, we're going to be seeing another tiebreaker. I feel like that's the most likely outcome. That black hole's crazy, dude. If you were just one block higher, you could go for Raito's approach, and it would be better, but there's just no way. Okay, I think going snake was a big mistake. Holy rounds. I think that setup towards the end with the black hole, you need to know your character's visual indicators, because you need to get as close as you possibly can to the wire. But if you don't know where your character actually lies, you know, half the time you'll just die because of that. Morfin needs to be really careful here. Raito's going to counter build. He's going to place the block that allows you to just go for... Oh, wow. Okay, wait. What an interesting way to do that. Definitely plays to Raito's strength, but is Morfin going to counter? Nicely done, Morfin through the chaos. I'd ask if Raito's gonna make it through, but we don't call him the king of chaos for nothing. Okay, coming close. You gotta go a little bit lower, and I genuinely think you have to hover jump that. Or I don't know if you have to, but I think it does give you a lot more leniency. But that's not the kind of thing I would expect anyone to spot in a tournament match. A 1-1, maybe a 1-1 hover? I'm fairly certain I've seen this done before, though. Morfin coming so close, just can't get the height. Because the problem is, and why hover jumps are so good, for those who don't know, if you press jump and let go, and then press it again very quickly, you can briefly suspend your jump. So if you need like a specific trajectory, hover jumps can be super useful. But when it comes to black holes, they're way, way, way more impactful. And especially right here, because you need to get a jump from as low as you can, and you need the highest jump height you can get to not get pulled back down by the black hole. But at the same time, if you go for a high jump, you just hit your head, and then you start accelerating downwards, and then nothing works. So you need to do a hover jump. That gives you more time to get that jump height. But neither player spots it. It's hard. I mean, that's definitely... It's very, very rare for a hover jump to actually matter in competitive play. And I'm not even 100% certain that a hover jump makes it doable, but I'm fairly certain I've seen this done before, and I think I've done this before. Okay, wow. Morfin is just doubling down on the chaos here. He sees that, like, Raito's countering everything that he wants to place, so he's saying, you know what? If you're not going to let me play my game, I'm just going to play your game and beat you at it. Okay, it's possible. This is the last round. Is this going to be a double point? I mean, if this goes to both players scoring, if this goes to tiebreaker with both players scoring, it's already a race condition. Like, this is Raito's bread and butter. If Morfin wants to win, he needs to find a way to do it against Raito, who's the best at this exact thing. All right, tiebreaker it is. Both players making it. We are going to see a race. Morfin taking his time. I'll wait for him. There he is. All right, Morfin, the world is watching. Can you defeat Raito? Unquestionably, the GOAT of tiebreakers. The only way to win is to beat the best of the best at the best thing that he has. Something like that could mark the return of the king. Let's not forget Morfin, one of the most dominant players to ever exist. Raito getting rid of... Okay, this won't be a race. Unless one of the players can spot the hover jump. Oh, Morfin, really unfortunate death. That being said, the map is hard enough that the race probably isn't going to be the thing that comes in. You know, it doesn't matter at the end. Raito. Good attempt, not quite going to get there. Again, Morfin also close. Oh, Morfin getting carried by the glue right into the arrow. This is looking grim. It still comes down to Raito, though. Can he find this black hole setup? Goes for too high. Morfin finally getting over his demons there, making it through. Raito down to his last life. Are we going to see a miracle? Not quite. Morfin has the right idea, trying to jump from as low as he possibly can, but overshoots it. Ooh. I think Raito... Yeah, Raito didn't sprint jump. Alright, it is time. Everything comes down to this. The race is here. Good thoughts by Morfin bombing not the black hole, but bombing the spike ball beside it, because he noticed that Raito's a lot slower getting through that gap. Raito notices the same thing. All of a sudden, we've got a 5-block... Yeah, a 5-block squeeze. This is a race. Both players neck and neck. Raito with an unfortunate death. Morfin has the lead. He has the time. He just needs to nail this. 5-block jump is nothing to scoff at. Morfin not getting it, but gets a good bail. Morfin's gonna do it! The first person for as long as I can remember, if not ever, to take down Raito in the tiebreaker. How fitting for the first person to do it, to be the one to advance. Morfin, Kreuz, Grand Finals. Unbelievable. I mean, this marks the end of an era. I'm so serious when I say this. I've been playing this game for 8 years, and Raito has been in the community for, what, 4 or 5 of those years? I have never, not one time in my life, seen him lose a tiebreaker. But there's a first time for everything. Morfin versus Kreuz. Is it going to be the top dog? Or is it going to be the return of the king? Alright, where are we going? Still waiting on Morfin to check in and do his bands. Okay, this might be conjecture. This might be conjecture. Maybe Morfin's not thinking that deeply about it. But I do feel like there is a bit of... I think there's a... what's the word? A rhyme or reason? There's something that Morfin has deep down. There's a reason why he picks the characters that he does. I feel like when he plays against Kreuz, he almost always picks one of the good precision characters. And when he plays against Raito, he plays one of the characters who he has less familiarity with, because that's a lot of the time, that's when it feels the best with Chaos. Again, I could be looking into nothing here. It's very possible that he has no such thoughts and he's just picking characters for fun, but it is a trend that I've noticed. Okay, we're gonna be playing on Deforestation. I'm down. This map's awesome. Do you feel like it's good for Kreuz though? Is Morfin here? Alright, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Grand Finals, Morfin versus Kreuz. Between amateur and main bracket, a good 80 or 90 people joined the tournament today. But 2 remain, and now we watch. Because for us, that is all we can do. Immediately, both players opting for space control, taking the non-hazards. In a map like this, where there are so many potentially Kreuz favorite setups, I think space control is just the name of the game. Oh, and okay, hold on. I'll do predictions, don't worry. Ooh, okay, Kreuz, immediately, he gets the cannon precision, something he's specifically known for, but Morfin, first try, effortlessly, by the way. Kreuz down 2 lives, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on. The gap between round 1 point. Kreutz's own build works completely against him. Now, for reference, Kreuz is currently in the winner's side of the bracket, so even if Morfin wins this, he needs to win twice in a row. It's a double elimination bracket. So while this does look dangerous for Kreuz, you know, even if he can't bring it out in this game, there's still 1 to go. Okay, Kreuz's looking a little shaky right now. And as you know, as shaky as Morfin looked for a little bit, especially against Tornado in the latter half of the match, like he's looking good right now. This could be a reset. players get the spike ball. Okay, good call. Will it be the arrow or the black hole? And yeah, for people asking in the Twitch chat, yes. If it goes, like, the current prediction is just for this set. If it goes to reset, that's another gamble. Wow. Morfin hiding his true intentions to the end. Wow, okay. Bit of spaghetti there. Crazy death. This is the exact kind of thing that Kreuz is good at, but you need to be fast. Morfin gets there. That's tough. You can't just get the half block jump. You need to get it from high enough on the block to make it all the way. Okay, good bailout, good bailout. Recognizing he didn't have the spacing for it. Morfin knows that we saw it before. We saw it before. Kreuz loves to play his mind games. I think Morfin's trying to do the same right back at him. He's trying to bluff. He's saying that, you know, I have a better way of doing it. You don't want to go for this. Incredibly close. If he had just committed, he would have had the squeeze. But I think he got scared and tried to bail, but it was too late. So still, Morfin just 1 point. Now, scoring an early point, especially against Kreuz, while it is rare, it doesn't really guarantee victory. I mean, obviously we've seen plenty of comebacks just this tournament, but especially when you're scoring an early point, Kreuz has all the time in the world to find some advantage, something that brings him back into it. I mean, if it comes down to a pure contest of who can do the most difficult setup, I think my money might be on Kreuz. I don't know. Players of this caliber, they are really just playing a different game, but there's no way to predict. Ooh, okay. What did Kreuz just place? Actually missed it. Okay, Morfin making it through, but that spring gonna cause him trouble. Okay, nicely done. Morfin making it through. Just needs to get this half block jump. Kreuz down to 2 lives. Could this be another point? Okay, Kreuz making it through. Gets the jump. Goes around. Okay, stays in it. I mean, he does still have this, but yeah. That's just a chump check. And no way a top player dies to that. Okay, wow, those wires by Morfin, that is hard. You have to perfectly time a wall jump so that you get it on the first frame, and you need to get a 1-frame wall jump to not hit that spike ball. Otherwise, the spring just pushes you right into it. Now, maybe you could use the spring to go directly through. You definitely can, but I feel like that kind of precision might be harder. We'll see. This is tricky. I mean, it is possible. 100% this is possible. I won't tell him though. I'm just an unbiased spectator. Okay, yeah, Morfin knows it. now hold on, hold on. Okay, Morfin tries to go straight for it, doesn't get there. Kreuz all out of lives. Morfin still has 3, and the difficulty's early enough that I think he's going to be able to use all 3 of them. This is a hugely advantageous position to be in. Unless you run out of all your lives, then, you know, we're back to square one. But even so, for Morfin up a point, square one is exactly where he wants to be. Just 6 rounds remaining. Kreuz does have a dynamite. There's some pretty impactful bombs here. And while Morfin might not be advantaged in the sense that he's scoring, he is building up a subtle advantage in the fact that Kreuz isn't getting any practice on the second half of the map, and Morfin is. Even if a setup is favorable to you, if your opponent gets, you know, multiple turns to practice something, you kind of have to counterbuild against it. It really can quickly become build advantage. Ooh, okay, Kreuz was definitely second there. Both are moved. Bro, there's no cap. Definitely unfortunate for Kreuz. I think he probably just has higher ping than Morfin, but Morfin definitely did build first. We don't really have a way to rule on this. Because, like, it does come down to what the host sees. That is probably the most fair way to do it, but at the same time, if Kreuz on his screen sees that it was even, like, he's only acting with the best information he can. I don't know. Well, I'll talk to the other TOs. We'll have to find some sort of proper way to resolve that. Even so, I mean, Kreuz not in a bad position by any stretch. 3 lives to go. He just needs to be the first one to make it through this spring. It's a big ask. It is. I almost wonder if you need to fully non-sprint. I feel like sprint might give you too much of an angle. Oh, I'm not dead. My fault. My fault. Alright, Kreuz not gonna get there. Halfway through. Okay, I think Morfin is tuning in to what I was talking about earlier with, you know, his advantage being the fact that he had practice on the second half of the map. Now that Kreuz seems to be advantaged, like, he doesn't want Kreuz to leverage that additional practice that he's getting. Morfin's trying to force Kreuz to place, but Kreuz is not going to bite. I don't think Morfin wants that setup either, frankly. Okay, and Kreuz sees it! Okay, this is a beautiful setup. You have to bait the flower down. Oh, no, okay, Kreuz, if you placed it on the other side, you have to bait the flower upwards, which forces a very fast squeeze. I think it would have been a great setup, frankly, but I understand not wanting to take a risk at this stage in the tournament. Okay, wonderful bailout by Morfin. He stays in it, just needs to get this half block. Kreuz down to 2 lives, down to 1. This could be the nail in the coffin. A 2-0 lead. We've seen Morfin blow them before, but in the end, this is grand finals. Will he make the same mistake that he made against Tornado? Will Kreuz put him in a position to make that mistake in the first place? He absolutely will. Morfin goes up 2-0. This is definitely looking like the Morfin of old. This is... Okay, Kreuz beautiful super jump, but is that really what you want to place against Morfin? Okay, double super jump. And 2 spike balls, there's no way to counter. I mean, if somebody manages to score this round, we can crown them the victor right here now. Both of them get the super jump, but don't get the spin. Kreuz gets there. Morfin as well. Okay, this is where it's gonna get tough. But Morfin! Immediately. First tries it. He gets the landing. Are you serious? No. No. Morfin, how is that where you died to? Come on. Here I am. Listen, the content creator in me, he sees the video flashing before his eyes, but... Again! Morfin! He dies to the PH1 jump. Listen, Morfin, make this video happen, man. Make this video happen. Get the 3-0. Get the super jump one more time. Please. Oh, dude. You know what? I honestly don't even care that he didn't score that round. What was that? He's looking unstoppable. Just 2 rounds left now. Kreuz needs to make his move, but if Morfin's playing like this, is there a move that could even be made? See, it feels kind of crazy seeing Morfin trying to make the map harder still. But I mean, with how he played last round, it's not even unrealistic. Like, he can make the map harder and still get there. The super jumps are just way too clean. I do love that cannon from Kreuz, though. I don't know if it forces the cannon bait, but I do think the cannon bait's the easiest way to do this. Okay, wait, Kreuz has an answer. Morfin. You may hit that super jump, 3 for 3, but now this round, where it may matter the most, it's starting to escape him. Morfin still gets there, not gonna die to the wrecking ball. Unbelievable. Okay. That is still the game. That is still the game. Unbelievable. Hey, hey, hey. All right, grand finals reset. Morfin versus Kreuz. Now, winner takes all. Prediction is once again live. We just need to wait on these 2 players to ban their stages, and then we will be good to go. Oh, he calls himself a chud. Okay. That's forgivable then. Self-deprecation and UCH go hand in hand. Sometimes you are a chud. That's just how it is. No, now is not the time to get the hiccups. Bro. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna go scare myself real quick. Alright, I'm back, a stronger man. I am ready. I hope you are too. Grand Finals bracket reset. Would you have it any other way? Okay, wow. Morfin taking the tire. Immediately. I wonder what the play is with that. And, okay, wait. This is a very different game plan. I mean, last game, I feel like Morfin was kind of playing Kreutz's game and just beating him at it. But, like, immediately, Morfin's trying to set up chaos. Let it be a statement, you know, I can win however I want. Alright, we're not going to be seeing a round 1 point this time around. And Kreuz has learned from his mistakes. Oh, but there's a cannon. Hold on, hold on. Let's not get flashbacks here of how Kreuz lost the last game. Oh, but there's a really good place. There is a really good placement. I think Morfin's hovering something that he doesn't. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Okay, both ways. Kreuz going for a little bit more space control. I think there's a big advantage. When you're playing on the same map that you just played on, you have a lot more control in terms of what you should expect and where you need to place your builds, what you need to look out for and avoid. I think Kreuz is approaching this match with that in mind. Oh, what a beautiful cannon, though. You need to bait the cannon as the Ferris wheel turns so that you hit it. That's awesome. I love that. And Morfin very nearly getting the precision, not quite going to get there. Kreuz goes a little bit too late. Morfin could just be jumping up here. He's faster about it. His timing is all off. There we go. That one will work. Nah, not quite. Morfin really struggling with his own movement here. Makes it through. Kreuz cannot get this precision. Even though Morfin's been struggling, he does still have 3 lives to Kreutz's 1. He just needs to hit the precision 1 time in this match. It's immediately in his favor. That being said, Kreuz, king of precision. And Morfin hits it. Kreuz, this is what you're known for. Can you be beaten at your own game? Morfin up 1-0. Another early point. This seriously, this is starting to look like the Morfin of old. I think those who've experienced it know, but when Morfin is moving, he just doesn't feel beatable. It doesn't feel like something that you could possibly do. I see. Okay, so last round, Morfin wasn't actually messing up as much with the Ferris wheel. I think he was trying to plan out his movement for the next turn, because those wires... Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Like, I'm all for trying to beat someone at their own game, but that kind of precision is like... You're playing against Kreuz, you know? Let's calm down. Gets the super jump. Oh, both players struggling a little bit on that Ferris wheel. Okay, Morfin, first to make it through. He does still need to hit the same precision. He may have gotten it at the end of last round, but this is tough. This is absolutely tough. Getting the precision in such a specific way where you have the space to press right and still land on that block beneath, it's a lot more advanced than it looks, I think. But for Morfin, it's nothing. Kreuz, the match is escaping you. You have 1 life left. If you can't score a point here, ladies and gentlemen, we might be looking at our champion. Kreuz is one of those players, though, where like when it looks like he's down for the count, he always has something left in him. Like, the first thing he needs to do is just nerf this setup. And I think with that flower, he's absolutely done that. The second thing, as soon as he's stabilized the match enough where he's not at the immediate risk of Morfin scoring, then he needs to find something for himself. So right now, it's just not looking like, even if he gets, you know, all the nerfs he wants, how does he get something that allows him to score on Morfin? I just don't see it right now. Morfin going for the inner spin, not because he needs to, but because he can. Both players getting to the flowers. One critical risk, though. One critical risk is that by nerfing all the setups, you're just bringing it so that the game purely relies on this precision. Precision, which, mind you, Morfin has hit twice and Kreuz has hit 0 times. Is that really a match you want to be reduced to at the moment? Like, it's down to 2 lives. This could be it. I'm not going to get the precision. He had the chance, could have put this match behind him, but still Kreuz in it. Just needs to hit this. Almost. He's not going for clean enough NST. My gut says Morfin hits the next one. The next one. Still going for the inner spin. He's just trying to get as much practice, build up an advantage in every way that he can. Okay. Morfin's getting a little silly with it now. It's pretty insane to me how much UCH can switch up at a win. Because if you watched Kreuz versus Tornado, he dominated. And while for a brief moment in time Morfin was looking the same way, he did bring it to a tiebreaker and just narrowly won. But even though there can be that, you know, disparity in the performance, right now Morfin is all that I'm seeing. Maybe Kreuz has something here. He just can't get his jump height though. I think adding that hydrant hurt him more than it helped him. Because now you need to worry about timing, and even if it's a negligible timing, even if it's nothing, it still changes things. It changes the way you do your inputs. It overwhelms the mental load, but wait a minute, Morfin staring down the barrel of his 3rd point, and all of a sudden Kreuz, just 2 lives remain. If he can score here, he still has 6 turns to make the difference. Kreuz still saying, I am very much alive. 6 rounds to go. Now, if I'm Morfin, I almost want to add more timing to that precision. And yeah, Morfin has the same idea. Kreuz cannot get the counter build in time, so Morfin, this round with build advantage, and when you have a black hole, build advantage is exactly what you need. Arguably the single strongest item in the game. What is the play? Oh my, okay. That is insane, by the way. That is ridiculous. Oh, okay, wait, never mind. I see. You go when the 3x1 is on the right side, not I thought you wanted to go when it's on the left. Okay, Morfin, first tries. He still has this precision, but almost gets it. Not quite gonna get there. Maybe Morfin feels comfortable, but I think you gotta remember, like, at this point, it genuinely could be anyone's game. Kreuz is the kind of player where, like, there is no safety. Not gonna get the black hole. Maybe the first time was a fluke, maybe not. He's gonna get there. He has 2 lives. 2 clean opportunities with no Kreuz interference for him to end this once and for all. Does he have the precision? Not height. Goes a little bit too low on the jump height. I almost want to... I feel like that approach isn't great. You know, going for the instant jump from the slide off. And again, Morfin getting the black hole. It's proving to be every bit as advantageous as he needed. Alright, this is it. The moment of truth. Do we have a new champion? Not quite. Kreuz still hanging on by a thread. But by the looks of it, Morfin's holding the scissors. Look at this advantage he has. Kreuz can barely get through the first setup. Morfin getting through it 3 times in a single round. Oh wow, okay, wait. Kreuz needs to nerf the start then. That black hole has to go, otherwise the game's over. Okay, and what's the plan? What's the plan with this dynamite? I almost wonder if removing the 3x1 is the play. Oh my god, that's horrible, dude. Okay, but Kreuz, I actually think that was a really good build. I think Kreuz wants to make it harder right now because Morfin is in a position where he can score and Kreuz is not looking at his best. He needs to take away that possibility. He needs to buy himself some time so he can find a way to claw his way back, but Morfin's still getting through no issue. Ah, maybe not, maybe not. Oh, he gets the 5-block squeeze. For all intents and purposes, he's made it. He just has 1 jump height before him, Kreuz. Nerves of steel, making it himself. Buying time is all fine and good, but Kreuz, 3 rounds now left remaining. Something needs to change. Something fundamental to this map. You need to find a build that changes everything, and if you can't... Okay, Kreuz brings back the volatility, exactly the kind of thing you need. It might be disadvantageous for him. Maybe he was losing to that the entire game, but at the same time, if you can't find something difficult enough to score with, there's, you know, no advantage worth seeking out to begin with. I think placing things that aren't good for you a lot of the time is better than people realize. Okay, wait, more... Oh, that's insane. Okay, forcing the inner spin jump. But it's not just, like, you have to do an inner spin jump, go back down so you can bait out the flower, and then do a 2-block squeeze. Now, granted, with the crossbow there, it is a bit easier to get, but, like, I mean, this is crazy. It's so hard too. With the timing of the arrow, you need to bait the flower at precisely the right moment. Otherwise, it's just not possible. Okay, Kreuz almost getting the 2-block squeeze, but... Alright, Morfin may be out of juice on that one. That inner squeeze, or sorry, inner spin is crazy. Kreuz with the bomb, what is he gonna remove? Now he needs to be a bit cautious, because if he removes too much of the difficulty from the start, all of a sudden there's no way to win, but like... I mean, bombing the flower brings back the super jump. And even if he bombs something integral to the rest of the match, like even if it's too easy early on, you still have the volatility at the end. Even, like, you can't guarantee that Morfin's gonna make it through that, so you can afford to make everything else a lot easier. It's not the end of the world. Not quite gonna get there with the timing of the arrow. Kreuz, just 2 lives left. He's dropping them left and right. Just 2 rounds left. If he cannot score on this final turn, that is the game. Kreuz finds a safe spot. Needs to find the timing with the arrow, though. Not gonna get there, and Morfin is your ruin champion. After getting knocked into the loser's bracket, you know, fairly early from Raito, he claws his way back, wins against Aimbot, just barely clutches a victory from the, you know, jaws of defeat against Tornado. First person ever to win a tiebreaker against Raito, and now, I'm pretty sure, by the way, the first person ever to beat Kreuz in a grand finals reset. Maybe I'm getting my statistics wrong here. It's possible. But I'm pretty sure Kreuz has never lost from winner's side grand finals. Or at the bare minimum, that was a true statistic a year ago, and I'm pretty sure it still is. So GG's, congratulations, Morfin. And I mean, congratulations to all the other players who put up a wonderful fight. At the end of the day, only one can stand atop. Huge shout out to Pigsmaster for hosting the event. Huge shout outs to everyone who participated, everyone who helped out. And shout outs to you for watching. You know, my dream has always been to get UCH seen by a bigger audience, because I think this game can go places. I really do. And the fact that, you know, 550 of you are watching right now, that tells me that, you know, it's worth pursuing. So thank you. This has been lovely. There will be more tournaments coming up in the future. I will try my best to stream as many as I can. But for now, it has been lovely. I'm signing off. Take care.